Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Calamity. With a prime. How come that didn't show through on my activity feed? Mr. Bot, so you broken? Yes. Okay, well, stream elements is down, but still, thank you. Ooh, that could be... Yeah, let's do it like this. Hold on. What if... Hold. There's a new page down. To here. And come across. Perfect. Ooh, maybe perfect? Maybe perfect. The ascendancies are out. Alright. Foundries. I don't believe I've made a blueprint for these at all. No, I haven't. That's fine. This doesn't have a lot of room, so I don't really want to. How much do I need? 15, so we're gonna say 14. So we need 7 a line if I can fit it. 6 aligned would be even better. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of overclocking. Perfect. Because hold page up a bunch. Nailed it. I'm sure I should be like excited to see the ascendancies or something, right? Like that's what people are expecting. That's what I'm supposed to do. So if that's only a 4-meter wall, then that's only 8 meters. I put these foundries backwards. I put all the foundries backwards. Wait, why are these foundries at all? They're not supposed to be foundries. You're special. They're supposed to be packages. Then we get to play with the ascendancies after. When they first introduced them, I thought, and perhaps this is my fault, but I thought that they were going to add them as like a private league option. Isn't that like a thing we were told? Okay, so they're all just like slightly... Okay, so you can't actually line up like that. You have to be slightly more in line. That's fine though. What the... Are we getting anything back? Maybe it was already removed. It's never been a private league option. They said it was going to be a private league option, which is my point, right? Is that they said, we might put these as a private league option, but then they didn't. They never actually guaranteed that it would be. You're right. They never actually guaranteed that it would be. Yeah, like that. They basically floated it as an option, but to me it was a very exciting option. It was never a promise, so it didn't actually like get broken or anything. Son of a fuck. Why are you so silly? Yeah, it was in one of their posts, like floated as an idea, like potentially later we might do this, but then that never happened, and it probably shouldn't. It does feel weird, but like it probably shouldn't. Okay, now I'm gonna hide you. Hopefully. Are you not gonna let me? Surely you let me. Encroaches on the clearance of another option. You don't let me. You can't go down any further than that though. Can you go up further though? You might be able to go up further. The trick here will be to not require pumps. So what if I make them 2-meter foundations? Obviously, I'll change the foundation kind. Ooh. Yes. Have we given up on doing walls, making these half foundation heights and shit in the same build? This area right here, not getting walls, correct. This is, so there were a few little things that I'm doing, that are gonna make hopefully the rest of my playthrough easier. This one's already set up and running. I'm making 337 nitrogen gas per minute. I'm also setting myself up to make 600 packaged sulfur per minute and 360 packaged water, all just like right here, so that I can send them out in the train line. These are also like the last things that will ever get made in this crater area, because it's getting a little ridiculous. But like the hope here is that these foundries overclocked will put out 100 sulfuric acid per minute. We will package sulfuric acid, and we will also overclock that to do 50 per minute each. And the hope is that this one machine will provide those 2 packages with no head lift problems, because they're intentionally at the halfway mark here. To make that work, we're going to do that. And we're just going to set up these two real quick. And then we're going to test if these two even fit. For rocket fuel, ooh, yes. Although I know when I need more power that I'm going to set up 4 towers. I'm going to set up 4 more towers. So this is the second last thing that's going to get built here. And the 4 that go in here are going to be rocket fuel. And it's going to turn these 4 separate towers into one giant tower. That'll be 4 of them running on turbo fuel and 4 of them running on rocket fuel. And then I'll never ever revisit again. And hopefully the next time I have to deal with power after that, it's nuclear. Unless I make it all the way to making nuclear power plant next and I just skip rocket fuel altogether, which that would be fine as well. It just depends on how my power lines hold up. Like if I need more power before nuclear time, then we make 4 skyscrapers again. But I can make those skyscrapers in a quarter the time now. I've learned a lot. I made a lot of mistakes building those. I made a lot of mistakes in my blueprints that could have cut 75% of the build time away. It should have been way easier. Like there was so much extra work. Those towers should go up. Like if I have to do it, those towers should go up in, I should be able to build 4 new towers in maybe 2 hours instead of like 8 to 12. Okay, so let's find out if this will work the way I want it to, which is you go straight. Ooh, what do we got? I'm sorry, does that say you're going to run 112 fuel generators? What the fuck is a lead mod? Essentially, they can promote and demote other moderators. They have access to a few extra things. And most importantly, and really I think the only reason Shads wanted it is because it's a banhammer instead of a sword, and he gets to wield around a banhammer instead of a sword. Which is, I think, realistically the only reason he asked for it. I'm sure he'll use the extra things when they're relevant if he has access to them, but it's mostly just about the hammer. Numbers? What numbers? Oh, right. That makes sense. Oh no. There's not enough room to get stuff out here on a belt. Oh yes, the fuck there is. Honestly, probably better to have a little more space here anyway, right? Same as the before problems, right? Like, just better to have a little bit more space in the pipe between the machines anyway, since we already had that as an issue. Perfect. Perfect. Look at that. What are we packaging? So 3 things, because I don't want there to be a problem. Although I may just stop at 2 because only 2 of them are currently a problem. And the third one is like well, I'm packaging stuff anyway, so maybe I should just, and maybe I'll just skip that step because I just want to move on to the elevator parts. So I was going to package water so that I could send it places that didn't have water, but I might just leave that off. I think I will. I think I will just leave that off because I don't know. I don't know if that matters. So we're packaging 2 things. Right now what I'm setting up is this, which is our sulfuric acid. We'll be making 600 a minute. And the one I just set up, which is just upstairs, is doing my packaged nitrogen gas, which is over here. You need to package water, can't you just put water straight in a train? Yes, you can put water straight in a train. And for some reason, it carries about 1/4 the amount of water in liquid form as it carries if you bottle it. Which makes perfect physics sense. Nope. What? What do you mean? But check these guys out. This is running smooth. So what I did here temporarily, because these need aluminium bottles, right, is I temporarily hijacked one of the lines from my aluminium plant, and it is currently bringing in bottles. Now these bottles are a once-off. You never need to replenish these bottles ever again, but you do need more bottles than you can store. This is my storage. It's a huge amount of storage, right? So it's filling up slowly. There's a reason for this. I don't think I've overcomplicated it, right? What I want to do is fill all this storage with packaged nitrogen gas, and then fill at least half of these with empty bottles. I'm sure you've overcomplicated it. Well, stay with me, right? I'm going to fill at least half of these with empty bottles. The empty bottles are currently coming in by train, right? and we're just going to keep doing it until those are all full, so these machines can't make any more, and half of this storage is full of empty bottles. Then we'll just cut off the supply of empty bottles, and we'll never need to worry about empty bottles again. Because what'll happen is, if I need nitrogen gas, I will take the nitrogen gas from right here. It's already pumped into the train station. It isn't already pumped into the train station, but it will, right? I'll pump it into the train station. The train will be able to pick up nitrogen gas, but in bottled form. The train will bring the nitrogen gas wherever I need it, where an unpackager will unpackage the nitrogen gas into gas to be used in that plant. And it will also send back all the empty bottles. And the empty bottles end up net zero. They all end up back here. So all I need is enough overflow that these machines will start running immediately when a train leaves with a full cart. While that train's out, another train might come up and pick up another box, and another train might come up back and pick up another box. There's 3 boxes gone, right? The unpackaging at the other side could also take 1 rotation. So there's another 3 boxes gone, right? But then they'll start returning full boxes of empty bottles. But we can't have this waiting for the empty bottles to come back, even though it only makes 335 a minute. So I can't use more than 335 a minute, but I may have several thousand out in trains, because the whole train trip might take, you know, 5 minutes for the full round trip of the train, and it might have to make 2 full round trips before it starts like bringing back in the original empty bottles. So the important thing is just to have enough storage here and enough storage there, which I've done, so that as soon as something is taken, it starts making them again from our stored empty bottles, and it will continue to make them, and it will not run out of empty bottles until empty bottles come back from the train. I don't think that's overcomplicated. I do not think it's overcomplicated at all. It's just a very large storage buffer. It's just 10 double bins of a storage buffer on that side and 10 double bins of a storage buffer on this side. But once they're full, we never need empty bottles again. We just stop production. We just reuse the bottles over and over again. Right? If you're going to play it, any thoughts on my build? I am most certainly not going to be playing it. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit tempted. Weird of you to do that, but okay, sure. I am still very burnt out on ARPG, and I am very aware that my reaction to their most recent fuck up, which, to be fair, was a fuck up, but my reaction was like a 9 when it deserved a 3 or a 4. Like, it was a stupid thing to do. It was like very obviously wrong. But my reaction and my feelings around it was like a 9, and it should have been it should have been like a 3, which tells me I'm not, like, I'm way overreacting. And that's I need a break. I'm way overreacting. Why can I see the dot of you, but not the dot of anyone else? Oh, because you're slightly raised. Because you know what? I bet it'll be fine. Right? It's not fine. Just ever so slightly back. Did I not move you ever so slightly back? I did. Is that not back far enough? You actually do have room. You can go back slightly. I just need you to hide your thing. You have room. It won't actually make a difference. I just need you to hide your thing. I don't actually need to go back that far. Just a tiny bit back. Little off from the rest of them. But no one will even notice. But you should still line up with the pump. Like that. I think. Yeah, like that. Click. Perfect. Those bits don't matter. They're these pipes sticking out the front, they're as like locators. They're not they're not actually staying. They're just like position locators. They'll get deleted in just a moment. No. Really, both of you? Both of you still need to move back. This stupid fucking ground right here. Really? That doesn't even look higher. That's still on the floor. That's still on the floor. That looks like it should be fine. Can you cheese it with nudging? Let's find out. No, but it's like literally the same height. I mean, it's obviously not. Okay. I'm gonna fit these in. I'm telling you, I'm gonna fit these in. These ones don't actually need to be this far forward. Because these are the hidden ones. They're fucking underground. Aha. These ones can be in line. They're allowed to get nudged into the foundation slightly. They can be nudged into the terrain and foundation slightly. Look at that. I swear they're now lower than the other side, but whatever. How'd you end up needing to build on the ground anyway? I had this thought afterwards. I thought this was going to be the ground level, and I was just going to put pumps on the nitrogen that came out here, and then I thought I don't need pumps actually. If I just split the levels and I build both up and down at the same time, then I don't need any pumps. Sulfuric acid is a liquid. Sorry, my bad. So look, if I build a wall 1 meter, so those are 4 meter walls. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It depends. If it's, well, actually that's from the floor. And it's actually not on the floor. So that's the pipe height. So I can add 2 to this. Even 1 is enough. Okay, I'm gonna need 9 to 9.5 meters of lift for this to work, which I think we have because the machine pops out 10. So it's actually fine. No pumps required. Why did you not come out like the rest of them? The rest of them go straight across. What? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, we're never coming over here again. plus never gonna see it. Oh, that clips in. Can I use a half foundation? Perfect. A half foundation to hide the belt, to hide the ugly pipes and belt work, which we will paint in concrete. Please. Regular concrete, because that's what the rest of you is. Perfect. Okay, so I can deal with that part later. So the next thing is what needs to connect here. Right, I have learned my lesson. 600 water split into 12 machines maxes out my pipes. I don't like it, so we're gonna go split those in half, and 300 water needs to make it to 3 machines, and 300 water needs to make it to the next 3 machines. All right, before we do that, let's just put down 1 right there. So 1, 2, 3. So I'm actually gonna want to, oh no, we can just do the whole lot, it's fine. You're gonna want to go there. There. Oop, I moved first. There. 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 And there. There's a bird to be been away, so I haven't seen. That's all right. Most people have been away. The numbers on Variety are atrocious. Funnily enough, most of the people who talk regularly still here. We don't want that perfectly in line, do we? That's actually silly. We don't want that perfectly in line. We actually want that back here, I think. And the people that turn up for you not the game being played? Yep. Unfortunately, that is not a majority of my money, but other than that, other than the money aspect, oh my god, have I been having so much more fun. It turns out playing one single genre forever for years on end, probably not the best. But if you check my streamed hours, I may or may not have been doing like minimum 10-hour days on Satisfactory, with no real need to do so. I just am having that much fun. And I've literally never played anything in this genre before, and it's this much fun still. Okay, lasted about 2.5 days. Well, I'm taking this Wednesday off, so tomorrow. I'm taking tomorrow off anyway, even though I'm having fun. I did say that that wouldn't be a constant thing, but that it would be the default thing. Right, so 1, 2, 3 machines. Cut that, different system. 1, 2, 3 machines. Perfect. Now, this is unfortunate. This is running right through where I fucking need to be. Can I sneak you into the water somewhere else? That is my compacted coal line. So be real fucking quick about it. If you're going to move the compacted coal line, make sure you're quick about it, because it is where all my power comes from. It is pretty important. So we could do that into default. You could run through here. Yo, Haj. Over the 16 gifted subs. Huge. That is actually an odd number. Hey, check it out. Yeah, like I'd like definitely not complain, but also 16's an odd, well, it's actually an even number, but it's just not a regular number that people come up with. Okay, so is this where you turn? Yeah. I think I could get back from there to there fine. Right? Yep. Okay, so we're going to cut this coal, then we're going to connect there, and then we're going to sprint up there and reconnect that one. Luckily, this coal is providing 720 per minute, and it's only using 600 per minute. So you can see it stops every now and then. Plus there's buffer in those machines. So we should be able to just connect that and go for a sprint real quick. Get rid of that one. Oh my god. And then reconnect here. And that just gets that out of the way. That'll catch up and my whole power grid will not fail. As long as this catches up relatively quickly, which I think it will, and it'll go back to its occasional stuttering. It should only take about 10 more seconds. Mm, 1, 0, and start stuttering. Uh-oh. Come on, it wasn't broken for that long. It wasn't broken for that long. Come on. Come on, it wasn't broken for that long. Don't do this to me. Wouldn't fall for it at this point. I 100% would have. I'd forgotten that sound existed. I won't now. But I absolutely would have. I forgot that sound existed. Okay, I mean, everything's... I mean, it's still running. Do you remember the buffers per generators you have? Bad news. Those only exist in fluid form. The compacted coal just heads straight up a manifold system. Compacted coal just heads straight up a manifold system. There's no buffer there. I put buffers everywhere except there. For 2 minutes, I could, but this belt was stuttering before because it was full, and I only cut it for just like 10 seconds. Let's see if you have to figure out how to start your factory. I don't know what that means. Oh, as in if the whole power grid shuts down because the power generators have fallen offline, how do I even get stuff started up again? You have to like start separating whole factories from the line to like get them working. Okay, so those 10. Okay, so we're gonna do some overclocking here because yeah, that's true. This actually needed 12 refineries, which we've turned into 6 by overclocking them to 200%. But then these packages actually need 15, and I want to turn them into 12. So 15 into 12. How do I do the math on how much I need to overclock these? Well, actually, way easier than that. Don't do 15 into 12. Do this instead. And then since this is outputting 50 per, but I overclocked it, and each one of them, I doubled it, so it's 100 per, and each one of them needs to, then each one of these needs to make 50 per. So it's 125. That's the easiest way to do that, I think. I'm getting a little bit more liberal with my uses of power shards, which might be fine. Might come back to bite me in the ass as I start using way too much power, but we'll see, I guess. Okay, so those are set up, which means each packager is going to do 50 per minute, right? Which is 100, 200, 300. So it's only 600 total that comes out, which means one belt line. one belt line from the end can bring all 6 up to my packager station. But then if I did that, I would also need to put the empty canisters up there and ship them back. So that would be 2 ugly belt lines along the floor. I mean, how else do I do it? I could keep all of the storage here and packages here, like on a top level, and I could use drones, but they would only fly from that point to that point. What is phase 4? These things right here. So this is the space elevator, like the point of the game, right? So I got to make those 4 things to feed the space elevator, which are very, very in-depth things. And we quickly discovered that it's time to have some outposts first. So I stopped to make this outpost and this outpost. And then I'm going to make a concrete factory that makes 2,240 concrete per second. Then we're going to kick them all up to the train line. And then it's time to start on our next very large base, which will be shipping in quite a bit on trains, and then still will be this big afterwards. And in the end, we'll only be making 4 magnetic field generators and, well, hopefully more than that actually. I want to be making 2 of these and 4 of them. That's the plan. We're gonna have to kick those numbers up. Yeah, I know, but we're gonna want more of these. We'll have to. What we haven't done is figured out look, our base resources yet. The first goal was work out what base resources I actually need, which is these. So we've only figured out like what the path is so far, not how much we need of raw resources. Right? I think this is just don't worry about the amounts, right? The point was, when we did it originally, I realized we needed nitrogen gas for how I want to do it anyway. I needed fused modular frames, I needed rubber, I needed plastic, I needed radio control units, and I needed some concrete. And if I add all of those into this factory, the production on all of these things would be like, this factory would be 3 times as big. But I've got these being made in an appropriate amount already. I've got these being made in an appropriate amount. I've got way overdone on plastic and rubber, right? And so if I make a concrete factory somewhere and I make my nitrous and my citric acid over here, then I can cut all of those out of the production. They can all come in the train line. And the rest of it can just be made as our space elevator part factory for these 2 space elevator parts. And then it's time to worry about what these other 2 are. And I don't know, like, I actually don't know what these come from. Let's find out. I'm making supercomputers so they could come from somewhere else. I am no longer making these. I am not making enough of them. I'm not making them anymore anyway. I'm not making enough of these to go anywhere else. So yeah, this is going to be separate. I can't ship in things I can't ship in things for that. And this one is apparently quite complex. So I imagine it is also its own thing. Right? So 2 out of our 4 space elevator parts can be in one factory, and the other 2 will need their own, but that's a next problem. Next. So first, let's finish this off. Okay, so all those are sorted. I'm gonna need to ship in finished canisters and ship back empty canisters to here. So I think that the best way to do that would just be to go up a level like that and do the exact same layout again, but on the next height. Well, not there, I guess here, since that's where I already decided there was a room. Huh. You know what? That would be cool if it was glass. I'd love to see all the machines moving from both levels. Yes! Look. These bottles have stopped moving. That means all these storage containers are full. Which means these ones have started to fill. And when they're full up to about here, they could be completely full. But if I come over and check and they're full up to about here, that's when I can go swap my aluminium plant back. It doesn't need to be making more. So we're over halfway on those. Yeah, okay. You are going to be in the way. So, same deal here. Same deal here, preferably perfectly in line. Lots and lots of storage. Lots and lots of storage. Right, now empty belt will come in here, which we'll do now because otherwise we'll forget. Empty belt will come in there. And then we deal with the rest of it in the sky, just like here, right? Yep. Cool. And the rest of it goes one box to that box, that 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 one to that one, that one to that one, that one to that one, and that one to... How the fuck did the first box end up backwards? And that one to this one. And this one is where it'll go off to the train. Excuse me. Right, now storage for empties wants to be back over here again. Storage for empties. If I just don't want to fuck with it again, right? Which I don't. Then storage for empties should be larger here. Like there should be more storage for empties here than there is down there, because later on I might add bottled water to it, which will essentially use the same bottles, the same empties. Honestly, this is probably enough. It's probably enough anyway. Sure, it'll be fine. We'll do like ever so slightly more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll go one more. 7, 8. Yeah, we'll do 8 rows instead of 5 rows for this, because it's going to handle both of the sets, and I just want it to be able to. No, 8 doesn't suit. Just want the empties to come that way. 7 it is. 2 extra empty boxes. So empties will come in here, and then honestly, this seems like such an excessive amount of storage, but also every single time in this game so far, I've thought this seems excessive. It just hasn't been. it just hasn't been. I have ended up using it and then eventually needing to make more. It's just, every single time that I've thought this is excessive, it wasn't. to come there? Or do I want you to come from over here? Either way, there's going to be two ugly belts. One heading from there to there, and one heading from here back. And there's nothing I can do about it. I think at least I'd rather head up here and come in that side instead of cross over like this ugly one does. Wish I never did that. I wish this one also hugged around the outside of the thing, but I'm not changing it now. Into the dirt. No, too far. Into the dirt a little bit. Still too far. Even a half nudge looks like it's too far. Okay. Well, I'm sure that'll work. I'm sure that won't cause any issue. That'll be fine. And then merges again. Luckily, this whole system fits on a single belt. And those should be lined up. I shouldn't need these. And then a lift should be able to just go straight from there. Oh, they're not lined up. I'm actually the worst. I didn't put them the same distance apart. That's actually quite upsetting. What if I redid it up here to line up with this? Let's do that. Fuck that nonsense. Except that won't actually be connected because magic. And you can just put the floor hole in afterwards. So it looks like it was there the whole time. Ta-da! You could have spaced by putting the list and then splitters on top. True. I actually could have done that. That's not a bad plan. Okay, so there's the levers. That's exactly what to do. Ah. So there's the levers. Those will be full. They need to join this belt right here. So I'm thinking we keep a straight belt here. We put a lift to the ground, which will be outside the wall of the building. And then we try our very best to run something that resembles neatness up here, sticking like towards the outside here. We come through like on that side of this fucking coal line. So in order to resemble neatness, let's at least attempt to keep it straight where we can. Straight. I'm gonna need you to bend immediately, actually. Thanks. I want you on the inside track, I think. Because the back side is going to need to be refilled with empties, which we're going to do pretty much exactly the same way as we did that bit. So yes, we want to keep you on the inside track. Okay, so that's as far as you can get without changing levels. Which you will have to do anyway, but that's okay because we're off in the dust now. Now, you're the inside track. Which means you need to leave a little bit of room. Conveyors, and just loose them when you're done. You can also just hold control while you're building and it'll keep a perfectly straight belt. Like let's just say I have a belt here, right? And it's like a normal belt or whatever. If you just hold control when it's on that mode, it'll keep it straight except the end bit where you want it to turn, right? It'll just keep it in a straight line. Just stay straight. The time at this point, I don't know why. So good. Huh. Mention we give a nice neat corner cut. Well, I may have to try it. But if I'm gonna try it, that'll be something to try inside a base, right? Because right out here isn't the neatest anyway. I'm just trying to get something that keeps them away from each other. We could go, like, I'm just trying to get something that keeps it out of line of sight, basically, for as long as possible. I hate that I did this, right, where I needed to run a belt and I just like ran it through the middle here. But like what I could have done is when I came down, because I needed that, so be it, it needs to be far away, and the only option I had was belts. But what I could have done was run it around like under the mushrooms. Sure, it'd have been a longer belt, but like it wouldn't just be this hideous belt running through the middle of the thing, right? Like it could have just gone around and been hidden. And I just like wasn't doing that to begin with, but I could have. It's the same here. Like this is just running up and over and is visible everywhere. But this could have gone the whole way underneath, in through all this, sort of hidden, right? It could have ran mostly hidden. It could have still joined this line. This line would have just come down and gone fucking magic through the rock into the line that was hidden in between all the mushrooms, right? And then it would have just come up right here and then been underneath the base again. And like, sure, under here can be messy, that doesn't matter, that's fine. Maybe I didn't even have to run up. Maybe this bit from that one is fine, but maybe the other line that came in like doesn't come up until like just here, right? Instead of running in the fucking air over the whole base. But that's like, next time I'm doing something like that, I'll do it a different way. I'm not going to reroute it now, right? I'm also going to get rid of all that concrete, so it won't be a problem. But yeah. Like this pipe work is really nice and neat ish. Just neat as I could get it anyway to travel through everywhere. And that's because I just super quickly went and made an odds and ends blueprint just so I could like line up 3 pipes for a long travel distance so that I could get them all done like that, and so I could get 3 pipes to travel together. Okay, you still got plenty of time. Okay, I have a bigger temporary problem. This is going to get deleted also. Which is, the empties up there need canisters. They need just as many canisters as the other place did. Except, you can tell I'm a fan of running hidden underwater cables too. When you get nice and close to the water, you can see them all. But like, you never see them from up there. You'll never see them from up in the air. Underwater belts are my favorite. There's no way you're all full already. Holy shit, you're all full already. Okay, so these are the empty canisters that I need, and a lot of them. Now this is getting deleted. This thing is getting deleted. So it's just this is a temporary bullshit. It doesn't need to look nice. It doesn't need to be neat. It is to one-time transfer my empty canisters, which will become a reusable resource. So I actually don't fucking care where this belt goes. I'm gonna want you to come in, I guess. I'll just plant you to there for now, and we'll set up the manifold for sending shit empty ones in, and then I'll just fucking pump that one in and let it keep going. Whew. Okay, right, hang on. Spaghetti, okay, but only temporary spaghetti. This one, this is, the canisters are essentially a closed loop system once you have enough. As long as you keep returning the empty canisters, you never need more. So I just need to make several bins of canisters and get them in that building over there where I want them. And then once they're made, you just delete the line. You never need to make more. I'm gonna go to the bathroom though. I'll be back in a minute. There's a builder's guide to go 2 big elevator parts instead of 1. Yeah, so right now I'm bottling up some things, but I did decide, I think I need 3, hang on. I think I need 3 factories to build all 4 components. I think these 2 can go together, but this one needs its own factory and this one needs its own factory. That's what I have planned out here anyway. But as part of that plan, I also need to have some shit bottled. So we're in the bottling business. So we're getting some bottling done. Because I need to be able to ship that bottling wherever the fuck I want. In fact, not you. Yo, where'd it come from? Don't know what you're doing there on your own. Yo, wait, actually. Ah, there it is. Hello. I've changed my mind. It's going us straight up here. Into the empty bottle factory. Underneath that line, please. And where are the empty bottles? Over there. And where do I want the empty bottles to go in? So technically I want the empty bottles to go in here, but they will be coming from a train station. But for now, straight through the ground like magic, you're just gonna go in there. It's the ultimate in spaghetti making magic. Okay, so this is empty bottles. Empty bottles ends here. Now this is where I want it to be neat, because it's gonna come, this is the permanent bit. So bit of a change of pace, and instead we come this way. We come to beside there with 1 gap, because it's nice to have a gap. You come straight here and you go down right beside that one, because that is where the full bottles will come in, will feed into, and that's where the empty bottles will come back, and both of them have to make this whole fucking trip over there. That's fine. Yeah, this is... Yeah, those are the full ones. These are the empty ones. Okay, cool. I will fucking manually make that turn, my dude. You can't stop me. No, you can actually. I'm pretty sure. Hidden under the mushrooms. There's not mushroom here. Okay, so splitters. This one right here. I'm gonna want you to come in from that away and line up about to the edge of the, maybe even hanging over slightly. Someone just enough room. Go like that. Get rid of that one. You're gonna go from there to there. So now you can split down both sides. Oh, that's not right. You actually need to be up one higher than that if you don't mind. This is the other line that needs that. My bad. Ta-da! Easy. Okay, now that away. Hanging off a little bit. So you're in line, please. How dare you? How dare you? Perfect. That should provide all the empty bottles for the whole machine as soon as I hook that up, which I could do right now, but I'm pretty sure this is all hooked up. But one, it doesn't have power, and two, it doesn't have the back end plugged in. So that's a little issue right there. The back end's plugged into nothing. But those machines will now work. Oh, sorry. Those machines will now work once we plug the back in here. Which is gonna need to come out one more. Because you're going to need all of the sulfur that I can bring in. It's actually not even all of the sulfur. It's just 600 sulfur. I need you to bring in 600 sulfur. Now, where was I getting my sulfur from? Is it really the whole way up there? No, that can't be right. That wasn't where I was planning on getting my sulfur. Was it? Yes, because there's more sulfur up there than it has. Okay, cool. That was actually where I was planning on getting my sulfur. That's a pain. That's so far away, my dude. Was that really? I think that was really where I was planning on getting my sulfur. That's right. It was going to come down next to this. I need 600. So that is a pure node. So you fully overclocked on a Mark II miner can create 600, but there's no reason to do that when you can use a Mark III miner now that I have them and just not overclock it as much. I need you to provide 600 a minute, which is only 125. Crazy. You're also providing 600 a minute, but you're going somewhere else. Okay, so this one, I need it there. So I'm thinking cross the streams because we can, because we never come back out here to look at these again. And we do the thing I was talking about wanting to do, which is we try and keep it out of direct lines of path wherever possible. So we actually drop down here, stay underground until here where we have to cross, but we just cross right here and then we duck straight under the building again. And then maybe, no, not even under the building. Maybe we actually do follow that around the outside here. I could still stay under the mushrooms in the outside. I could still do it until about here, where I would have to, I don't know, about here, where I would have to like cross down here, jump down through this bit, around the back and in this way. And this is how this machine will get all of its sulfur. I like it. Splitter's going to come in from that side. And we're going to plant 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. I built all the foundries backwards, didn't I? You're so fucking dumb. You're so fucking dumb. Okay, listen, I've seen both Shad said and like 4 other places on YouTube. I've seen people say that you can change how the inputs and outputs look when you go to build something. See how they're like this faded green and faded orange? Does that setting exist? Because I've seen people talk about it on YouTube also. But I can't find it anywhere. What's it in? Did you have the color unlocked? No. So I'm talking about like, see how when I'm planting, it's got like orange in arrows and green out arrows? That's not working for me. I keep placing shit wrong. It keeps happening. Options UI, user interface, hologram build model. First of all, do that. That'd be great. This is soft clearance, the hologram color, the dismantle color. Soft clearance, hard clearance. Yeah, that's just the ghost hologram. What? But the machine, I'm not talking about changing the color of the machine. I'm not talking about changing the color of the machine. I can change the color of the machine anytime I want, right? I've done this many times, right? I can just go in here and put a color palette on any machine I like, make my own custom swatches, right? It's not that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about while I'm placing a building, the inputs are this faded orange and the outputs are this faded green, and that is not working for me. And I want to change those. And I have seen YouTube videos where people have like a bright red in and a bright green out. And I've heard people talk about changing it, but I can't find them. Okay, so take this one up. So it wants to be this way. Because that's the out. So we'll just have to delete the little bits of pipe just there. Hey, how dare you? Like, actually, how dare you? The surface is not too uneven. Because we just had foundries here. Could be a mod. I guess it could be a mod. UI high contrast build and dismantle mode, maybe? High contrast build and disable mode. I don't know. Let's have a look. Did I cancel that? It looks exactly the same. Nope. Honestly, the dismantle looks exactly the same too. Unless... Nope. Okay, well, we just gotta pay more attention, I guess. Because I've been doing this the whole time. Like since the beginning of the game, I've been loading machines up the wrong way around. It's happened so many times. See that shit too? That's a different problem with my computer. If you clipped that little bit right there, you'll see that I didn't move my mouse from here to there. My mouse just jumped, and it does that in every game, and when I'm not playing games and just randomly, it just jumps up like that. I don't know why. It even does it if you change mice. Like it's not even the mouse. I don't know what causes it. It doesn't travel. It just jumps like this distance. Just every now and then, just randomly, it just jumps like that. Don't know what that's about. Now splitters directly under the belt, in line. Neat to the outside. Default to over here, please. Okay, so that's where I need to connect the ore to. So we're gonna sneak the ore as much underneath all of this shit towards the outside as we possibly can. You bumping a random controller or the Nostromo? We got rid of the Nostromo. It's not bumping anything random. What's worse is that it did it on my last computer as well. I've been putting it up with it for years and I got no idea why. Anything that happens below the main floor of the factory doesn't exist. We don't see it. Yeah. That's my thought too. Even when something like this happens. I think that can go under without clipping. I think that can go under without clipping. Oh, it says it's gonna clip. Oh, but only because of the hill. If I just go up the hill on the other side. If it's... Okay, so... do I just come back to... yeah, here's what I do. Can I just fucking throw this somewhere? Somewhere? Anywhere? You just need to be temporarily placed anywhere so that when I look up in the sky, I can know where roughly I'm headed with the belt. I'm headed roughly to that giant fucking thing. Now we can work backwards towards that in the most hidden way that I can. Well, we'll do our best. Towards that ugly thing. All right, cool. Stay under here. You can rotate that way a little bit because we're going to come out that way. You can come out next to this. You can travel with it for a little bit. Doesn't look too horrible, at least when there's three of them traveling together. Well, if you're going to do that, though, at least take that corner at the same spot. But that's where you diverge. Where am I headed? Up there. Okay, what's my best way up? I'd rather not. Okay. So what you're gonna do... do you reckon it can disappear into the wall quite nicely? Can we magically clip the bitch into a wall, into the floor, and then still connect a belt to it? Like if it's clipped in there like that, will the belt connect? Okay, it will not. It will indeed not do that. Fair enough. You know, fair enough. That was a stretch. that was a stretch. Fair enough. Yeah, there's a spot right there like that. There we go. Shh, no one saw a thing. Yeah, where am I going? Up there? Fantastic. Alright, so at some point we do need to cross this gap. You can't stay under the mushrooms forever, because you literally need to head over here. Where we want to come up or down. You might as well come up there. There's already one hideous thing there. No need for there to be more places where there are hideous things. But if we're doing it like this, and if we just go one click over the height of the belt, then you can actually come this way, but just like up to, there you go, and straight in. Get rid of this alien power augmenter. Don't need you there, you were just a landmark. There it goes. Disappears up the back. Folds into all the machines. Lovely. And last but not least, you need 600 total water. But I'm going to do it in 2 different sections. How much do you make each? 120. I need 300 per, so we're just going to slightly overclock and make 4 of them. Right? We're just going to slightly overclock and just have 4 of them. Oh, really? That's not deep enough yet? What? That's not deep enough yet? How far out do you need me to be? This is deep water. Interesting. You will go there. Oh, you just won't go on this shit. Well. Oh boy. I just want you to fucking snap cleanly. So, but you can't nudge buildings. I swear the trick was to put foundations down and then just use those. Is that not the trick? You're gonna play Freaky Art? Nope. Oh no, not clipping. Not down here on the water level. Not my coal line going underneath my shit. That's okay, the foundations can go away. So if I hold control, hit G, it filters for foundation only. And we can just make sure we only delete the foundations. There we go. Now you go under cleanly. Now, these 2 into this one. Those 2 into this one. So back to needing foundations. But this time, hold. Page up, page up, page up, page up, page up. Now, surely I think that's too high. I think you do need a pump on each one. But you can put the pump in here, I'm pretty sure. So let's page down one like that. Okay, that should work. No. Ah, right. Stupid. This is a fake foundation. This is a foundation to go away. Why won't you let me rotate it the other way? Up and down. I want an uppy down pipe. I want not that way. I want the other way. Like that. I don't even care. I don't even care. Oh, you don't connect, you piece of shit. Whatever. I use a small wall to smack it up again and then it flips. Right. I actually need you to be all the way over here. This can all be nasty work. Nobody cares. Not that way though, at least. At least like that. And at least you don't fucking make it, do you? Well, that's not right. Well, I fucking hate it. Thanks. Aha. That way. There we go. Now, while I'm sure these reach the junction fine, I'm nearly positive that by the time it ends up in the machine, it is higher than 10 meters. And the MK2 pumps only take fucking 8 each. There's just no reason to use an MK1. Like, what am I doing? Saving power? No. So as low as possible on the pipe correctly. Boom. As low as possible on the pipe correctly. Boom. We'll need power to all of those, but you guys actually need to be producing 150 each. So you're all gonna take a power shard. There we go. Each pipe only requires 300. Why for any reason would I ever have a Mark 1 power pole? I don't know. Now we're gonna take one of these. I'm gonna fucking come under here with it. That's gonna automatically make the better Mark 3 wall outlet, right? Nope. You piece of shit. You came off a Mark 3 pole. Why would you do that? Like you actually came off a Mark 3 pole, but your automatic thing is to make it a Mark 1 wall nubbin. Like, why? Dum 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 dum. Oh damn, that's actually too many. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't you have 10? Isn't that the point? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mark 3. Mark 3 allows 10 connectors. Huh? Huh? Okay, now it works. Cool. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, so as soon as I hook that power up, all these machines turn on. So the question is, am I ready for that? There's no water in here. That doesn't make any sense. That is not 10 meters to this connector. Oh, I didn't hook up the pumps. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Do I get rid of this tree or do I just let it fucking exist like that? I get rid of that tree. How'd you go, buddy? Sorry about it. Those ones could stay. Right, water's in all the pipes. Water's full. Machines are gonna take 100 water per minute. There's 3 of them per machine. There's 2 of these. They make 150 a minute each. All should be good. The system has no loops, so when these shut down, these will just turn off. It won't have any problem at all. They will only shut down when these shut down. And these will only shut down when the boxes are full. That empty line is gonna bring shit to the right place. Now, that empty line is gonna bring shit straight in here, which is gonna do the fill thing. It's not connected to the empty boxes, which means the empty containers will also eventually back up. Perfect. That is ready to be powered on. Everything should work. There will be no issues with this one. It's planned perfectly. We just grab this little wall nubbin right here and connect our whole production to power, and then why would you not turn on immediately? No sulfur? Okay, sure. We'll pretend that that wasn't connected. That one's not on the... Yep, cool. Alright, sure. Be like that, I guess. There we go. They're all on. Take a moment to provide enough fucking nitrogen gas to everything, but sulfuric acid rather to everything. Empty bottles should be... Oh, I never connected the empty bottles. Hi friends. In you go. Manifold, so it'll take a minute for all those empty bottles to get to the end, but they're definitely providing more than enough. And ta-da, that can run for an hour or two without changing anything at all. And eventually the box will fill up and the empty container thing will fill up, and this bullshit temporary spaghetti line that runs from the other side of the fucking world can just get deleted. Ta-da! Billboard. And you are actually 600 per minute packaged. What were you again? Sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. Select icon. Sulfuric acid packaged. Select. No, no. No, no. There we go. So now sulfuric acid whenever I need it. Packaged nitrogen gas whenever I need it. A train station ready to bring that shit out. The things merge here. The lines in merge here. And those are both smart splitters that are gonna head empty canisters up a floor. So they're gonna say empty fluid tanks go forward, empty canisters go in, empty fluid tanks go forward, empty canisters go in. Fantastic. Which means a merger goes in the middle here. Since all of the return canisters are going to be coming back on the same train, or at least from the same station, they will need to be split, which will happen just here once they start coming back. Once I stop my temporary line, we'll fill in this wall and that belt will go in there instead. I think we're set. I think that's all set. Oh lordy lord. Okay, that is also a perfect time to stop our empty fluid tanks from coming in. That's enough empty fluid tanks. Oh, nearly a perfect time. I just quite didn't make the train. If I was a little bit faster, I'd have made that train. So that's where all the empties will come back. And I'm not sending anything yet, so I actually don't need to change those, even though I could. And this one is just the bottle shop. Cool. This one's called Mega Messy for a reason. I don't even want to deal with whatever the fuck that is. Hey, how come you're the train that's coming back? There's another train on the line, my dude. Should have got here before you. Oh, you're the one providing casings. You're not. Well, same factory though. Bye-bye. This will be an absolutely perfect time to stop producing empty fluid bottles. We have a perfect amount of empty fluid bottles. Go choo-choo. So it does. There's some more empty fluid bottles in there, but that's fine. We haven't actually backed up the bins 100%, which is good. We want like a little tiny bit of leeway there. Little tiny bit of empty storage. So jump on out. All of you can lose your multipliers, because that was to make up for not making enough aluminum casing. And then we cut off your supply of ingots to that machine, which was a temporary setup. We just reattach you to that one. And on it goes. On it goes, making the other half of my casings instead of the slooped ones. And this whole blueprint gets destroyed as soon as it runs out of ingots and shit. Might as well let it finish whatever it's doing. In which case there was never any need for this sink. I did come back in time, but if I didn't set up that sink, for sure that would have been, I would have forgot, right? Like for sure. Nearly out. Nearly out. And that is the end of bottle production. And I'll never need bottles again. Oops. What I actually wanted to do was this, and then there. Bye, bottles. See ya. I'm not playing the survival roguelike. In case you might be interested, Connection insurance program. I will look at that actually. But right now I am obsessed with Satisfactory. Obsessed, I tell ya. Okay, there's a good excess of both sheets and heat sinks and fucking casings here to be shipped anywhere I want. They go into the sink for now, but I can ship them wherever I need. Printable coupons, 357 coupons. Yoink. Thanks, buddy. I'll add them to my file. Thanks. See ya. How's my power going? Fine. Yep, perfect. Quick check over here. Everything's still running perfect at 100%. Yep. Yep. Nailed it. Okay. Concrete factory next? So that's both of the bottles. There's room up there for me to add water bottles whenever I need them, but I'm just not going to worry about water bottles for now. So the next step is to make 2,240 concrete per second. Somewhere else. Different train station. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. And the area is already chosen. It's there. That's where my concrete factory is going to be. Almost certainly means the best way to get out there, in my opinion, is to run my train line out there first, because that way I have power and I don't have to run power lines. So let's have a quick look at our map. How would I want to run the train station? I mean, I'm here right now. I don't really want to run along the edge there, do I? I mean, the problem is that would run through all my messy shit and then come up. But where else would I go? So I'm right here right now. Right here, right now. Don't even know what this is like. Oh, there's a quartz, little quartz factory there. Oh, that's what's driving quartz back and forward to that thing. That's fine. So I could try and go down there. I could leave that way. That's not even the train line. Where's the train line? Trains are up here. Okay, well, I think I'd be better off if I just went maybe into here and followed that path through. Yeah, so off the edge here into this where there is an actual path, which I won't follow exactly, but and then I'll come down this way and in across, and then this is where it'll branch off from here to meet my new base down that way. That way, when I want to, I'm able to continue following my lines around the map further that way. Same as on the other side. If I wanted to, I could continue following train tracks. Can actually split there. Yeah. I think that's all right. So I'm going to take my train blueprint and just start fucking printing a train line out that way. What's all the purple lines? They're just showing where the like natural paths are. I certainly don't need to follow those natural paths, right? Like that doesn't have to happen. But if you want to take the scenic route where there are paths sort of built in and you don't have to like destroy anything or just go up Major Hill or anything like that, like that's how you do that. You follow those. So I don't like my current train thing. It looks kind of shit and there is no down or up, so you end up, when you want to go like down a bit, you have to go down and then flat and then down and then flat and then down and then flat and then down and then flat. Don't like that. So let me just double check I'm doing everything right. So if the arrow faces in, yeah, so the arrow always faces towards the outside of the map. Okay, so the arrow always faces towards the outside of the map. Arrow always faces towards the outside of the map. Blueprint designer. So if I put it right here like this, it'll be in nobody's way. Arrow always faces towards the outside of the map. So I can actually just plant that in my blueprint designer and edit it. So I don't really hate this, but I was shown a design that makes it look like it's supposed to be flying, and then you don't need to connect poles to the floor for it to not look stupid. Well, you linked it. I don't know whose design it was to begin with, but I know you then also remade it, or remade one that looked like that. You're the one that linked it. I'm not going to go rechange all the ones that already exist, but if we're going to be placing a bunch more trains down, which we are, first I'm going to have to train out to the concrete base, make the concrete base, and then we're going to have to put a base wherever we decide to put the elevator parts, and that's going to need a new base. So there's at least 2 new train lines getting put in, like probably today, and I can only imagine it's just going to keep getting worse. Like it's going to keep getting more and more trains. Like there's no way, right? Like it's just going to keep getting more and more trains. So first, let's change that to that. Right, now they're coated concrete and they look cool. So now, have you got that screenshot still of like how that, well, more importantly is what did we use on the side to make it look like it was floating? Like what was that? What was the thing? It was like these, except you have to have them like, it was like large fans, but they had to like stick out on something and get made like they were holding up the platform. One or 2 per side. It's gonna be 2 per side for sure. And it'd be funny if a powerful fan could give it some vertical lift. It would be. Yeah, see, that looks cool. That looks way cooler than mine's gonna look, but I like the idea. Right? The idea is what's important to me. Mine's not gonna look that cool, I'm pretty sure. But if we can just make it look like it's supposed to be in the air, then we don't feel any need to connect all the pillars to the bottom, which I really like doing anyway because it like fills in the ground and everything, right? Like it fills in places. We don't need that. What does it look like as chrome? No, thank you. What does it look like as Caterium? No, thank you. I need you to look like so you'll need to go, and you'll need to go, and you'll need to go. And we're gonna have to paint it something that looks a little better. It's not too horrible. I want that half foundation. Where are you? All right, I want the half foundation, but in a 2-meter variant. Oh, and I want you literally like in the middle between those two. Ooh, or do I want you in the 2-meter variant? Oh, no. How dare you? Now hold. And just nudge in until you're just inside that. Almost think you should just be only to there. It'd be a little bit longer. Well, that's upsetting. It doesn't enjoy that at all. Okay, not that. Not that then. I look from underneath and yours. Ooh. Are those little hypertube launchers on the bottom of your fans? Just to make it sort of look like a... Yeah. Yep. Okay, I like that actually. I like that, but I'm just gonna connect mine somehow. I mean, if I just made that the concrete and nudged the fans into the correct area, then that would look better, right? But also, it really doesn't need that. It really doesn't need that. It could almost just have like yeah, it could also just do that. Instead of being built into the platform, it can have its little extendery bits. Like, yeah, it'll go into the fan slightly. Damn. Okay. So, if you want that to look correct, It's not even a wall support. You want to use the actual launcher. Do you want to use the actual launcher? Maybe a wall support will work. I just need the wall support to be built onto the wall, hold, right? And then just fucking... just a little bit, just a... No! No! Why? Why? Why you like this? Why you like this? Why won't you go in the middle? It's giving way. Why isn't this on the world grid? Yeah, but like, if that's even a half nudge. Can you not put hypertube entrances on the sides of things? I feel like you should be able to. I think maybe it just doesn't like. Nope. They need to be on floors, not on walls. Okay. What if I make a hypertube wall hole instead? But facing the other way. Then I need to make a wall. Okay, that's not gonna work either. What about the floor hole part? Hold. Okay, so the floor hole just works. The floor hole just works and lines up. Sure. Floor hole it is. Nope. That's wrong. Stick out, please. I mean, this is definitely a very shitty version, but it does the trick. Needs a tiny bit of really fucking bright lighting, which I believe that we can do with, was it in logistics? No, it was in organization. Aha. How big is a square sign? Okay. Can you come off the back, or do you need to be? No. Okay, you need to be. So you can't make a square sign like in the fucking ceiling. You can only make it sort of hang off the ceiling. How will it look if I put a little square sign right there and I do the trick? To do this. It shines a bit of light on him. It'll keep him lit up at the night time. Now, do we need lights underneath it? No. Do I need a tunnel? No, I'm never going to use the tunnels. I've already decided I'm never using the tunnel. Do I run the belts underneath it? Am I ever going to run a belt underneath the train line? Like, I feel like I'm not gonna. I feel like I'm just not going to. But it also doesn't hurt to just have them there, right? I don't even need to run the actual belt in the middle in the blueprint, because I'm like rarely ever going to use them, if at all. And if I do, I'll just put the belt in. They don't need to be on every station. But those can hang there. That's fine. So we've got those lighting up the front, the edges there. I'd almost like to do. I'd almost like to do the same setting, but like here and here on both sides of the train, just to give it more lighting for free. There you go. Bit of lighting. Bit of lighting hanging around. Looks like it should float in the air. Not as pretty as the one Chad's made. Could be something a little more under here. Something a little is like fine from Timo. Yeah. But I kind of like the idea of what you did where there's like a little bit extra in the center. Which I think I'm still gonna try and do. Which is gonna be like... How's that gonna be? Like a fucking wall? Like were they inverted wall ramps? I need like an inverted half wall ramp. How do you even get that down there like that? The pack, but not the main quarter set. Well, let's have a look. It would be in, not in here. Although street lights would be cool. Do they need to be powered though? Depends on depends if they need to be powered. Ah, this one. I see. In fact, I bought everything except that one.
No Fix-It Awesome Shop transactions constitute transferal of ownership. All product rights and ownership remain with Fix-It.
Like these? Uh-huh. Exactly like them. Except I've only got 4, so I don't want... I mean, I could build 4 down. I don't know if you need... Yeah, no, you should. Ooh, inverted down corner. Gives me only that one. Oh, inverted outer corner. Ooh. Yeah. No, I very much like the idea of it flying. Just wanted to put one of the exact same thing literally in the center. That looks a bit better. Although I might need to add one more of these. It's still definitely the Temu version of yours, but it does look like it should light up. Don't know why those ones are red and this one's green, but I'm actually on board with it. Ah. Oh. Right. They change when you're in range. That's cool. I'm cool with that. But essentially, we've changed nothing about the function of this train. It will everything, all the spacing, all the beams, everything. And the vents, they hide the hypertubes. Oh, like literally like this, just capping them off. You know, that actually does look pretty good, but I'd like to rotate them so that the fans were going outwards, because like, why would you want to blow? That does actually look pretty good. Hide the hypertube quite nicely. I like that. That's a good tip. Okay, so now the problem with this is I still just only have one and it's flat ground. And I kind of want one where everything leans a little that way and everything leans a little that way. So I stop having to go, and I can just go when it's time to change. So, figure blueprint. Terrain. Flat. Flying. Select the icon. Loco. Train tracks? No. Tracks? Train tracks? Train tracks? Train tracks? No. Okay. Locomotive it is. Select icon. Select directory. Odds and ends. Train. Flat. Save blueprint. Okay, blueprint done. It now uses 44 silica and also some fucking computers, and it's fine. It's not a lot. It's actually not a lot of material. just a little bit of a bunch of different things. The computers is the signals. Ah, right. Chuck a few copper sheets in there. It's fine. Now. Okay. So that's saved. I could now just plant that wherever I wanted. So I'm thinking that all I do. So that goes to the end and that goes to the end. I am using as much length in the machine as I can. So if I just leave the rest of this alone and I just remove the foundations, the top ones, and I make it on a slope and then reconnect those in a straight line on that platform, right? So that it goes up and down. And then I just do that. And I keep this stuff flat. Oh. Okay. So just those ones become slightly higher. Foundations. So like the 1 meter ramp, and essentially you just put it on top. You have it just there, and also one more, and just fill in underneath it, and then just put train tracks back on. Could have actually just done that from my thing, but that's fine. And now we've got a ramp. And we get rid of this. And we get rid of this bit. And then go to the train in the default way, I guess. It's fine. I have no idea what you think you're clipping into. Shit, how do you make it go straight off the edge again? Oh, you just continue this ramp down and you let it continue on that, and then you delete that ramp. Basically making my first 15 floor tower rocket fuel generator. Listen, you don't have to make them fucking skyscrapers like I did. In fact, if anything, I would suggest against it. I like the skyscraper. Good news, then. You can continue on, because that is the only good reason. That's literally the only good reason. But I like the skyscraper. Well, okay then. Side of ramps, so you can do a little more. Yeah, I'm not even doing a 2 meter one. I'm doing a 1 meter, and I'll just hope to plan better and like have it go uphill for longer. There's one side. And so then we just save the same thing. Train. What do I call this? 1 meter. Hold on. Train. 1 meter left. Yeah, 1 meter higher on the left. Good generator because the blended is 14. If the generators all up. Alright, nice. Don't know what the fuck that is. Alright, whatever. Save blueprint. And now, haha. And now we just do the same thing again, but the other way around. After setting up my turbo fuel power plant, my power plant is turbo fuel right now. But it was always planned to have 4 extra buildings attached to it of whatever the next fuel up is. I don't know if it'll be rocket fuel or if it'll be, I think there's one above that too. And so the plan is I won't touch the factory unless I need to. And if it's time for power and I can do, and I'm like in a space where I can just do nuclear power instead, then we probably do that. But if I need more fuel, we can put up 4 more of these towers way faster than before. With like maybe ionized fuel, if that's the top one, right? And like have it generate even more power. I learned a lot making those buildings. So like I could add more. even if I just need to add those 4 again as turbo fuel or rocket fuel or whatever it is right now, even if I just need to double that, I can. And I can do it a lot quicker than the first time, a lot quicker. Those towers took forever and they did not need to. Okay, so next we get rid of that ramp. We get rid of that ramp. We copy this bit across to there. We get rid of that bit. And then we copy that ramp. We're just doing it the other way. We get rid of that ramp. And we get rid of that ramp. Alright. Then we take this and we put it here. Phew! Excuse me. We get rid of that one. And we take this ramp. And we're just gonna sneak it in there like that and that. And then we just get rid of these. And we get rid of them. And we go back to here. And we go back to the center of that platform. Oh, right. Okay. Excuse me. Now, we go back to the center of this platform. We build a nice straight railway this way. We go back to the center of this platform. They've got exactly one whole platform between them, which has worked out fantastic so far. So I expect it to continue to do so. Now we get rid of the foundational ramps. And ta-da! We've made a small hill platform for both sides, as well as a new train platform that looks like it could be held up in the air. So I don't need to connect all of these things to the ground everywhere, because that was annoying. Ta-da! Instead of 1 meter left, this is 1 meter right. Save. Right, flat, left. Easy. Now, clear the blueprint designer. Get rid of the blueprint designer. Never seen a blueprint designer in my life. No idea what you're talking about. Time to figure out the path. God, how many bullets do I have left? Still 1,000. That's okay for now. Why is that yellow? Why is that yellow? Okay, so over there's where I need to be. So time to bring this thing back over. So over here is where I need to be. So it's to the left of the little fucking whole of Australia right here. I think it was in the Caterium tree. It's from the MAM. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was from the Caterium tree. Okay, so I know I'm going to build in there somewhere. I know I'm going to build here somewhere. Right? Let's go have a look at that real quick. So not quite direct. Oh, yeah, no, almost directly towards that for a little bit. So this would be a pretty nice path for the train to come up right here. Oh, uh-oh. Whoa! No one saw that. Ooh. Well, I want to go over or through the rocky foundation here. One of them. I would want to go over or through the rocky foundation here. So that would lead me to this giant open field, which I almost certainly want to build something here at some point. Oh, hey, look at that. Yeah, I see you, bud. I'm just gonna ignore you. You don't need to be killed. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. It's fine. Just some little taps. Thanks, bud. I saw some litter. We just can't have litter. Oh no, needs some power. However, will I do that? Oh, actually, how will I do that? Yo, where are you going? Don't make me build like a flat platform for you. I will. Up. Oh. There you go. That'll do. Yoink. Thanks, buddy. The king of distractions, this game. You go out to look for a place to build, you just end up collecting 100 things for like an hour. Well, I do. Okay. So there's this whole area that I plan on building in. I might be building over there, but we'll see. Oh yeah, no, I'm fucking certainly building something here. So I wouldn't mind if the train station, it doesn't need to be here, but I wouldn't mind if the train line could come somewhere in the vicinity of this area to be able to split off into whatever the fuck I put here at some point. I'm putting something here. It's gorgeous. So we come down, we come through that rocky spot, and then we just cross over here. And we come around there, and that'll just be the end for now, but it will let us continue on down that way if we want to. If we need to for anything. It'll also let us split here into an area for stations if I want to build in either of these places. And if I go to rebuild anything down here, we can split off there also. So from our trains up this way through either one of those gaps doesn't matter. Probably better to go through there, so it's just a little bit less to run. So up through here, looking out over that whole area right there, make a nice curve there, and then turn through here. I think that's the play. God, you can see my skyscrapers from over here. You can see my skyscrapers from all the way over here. That's great. Honestly, I just dropped in for the bug. You're the one that was aggressive. You could just let me take the bug and leave. Every time I do a floor, I have to wait for iron plates because the cloud only holds 400 at the moment. Some magic for you. Take a small break, go over to wherever it is you're uploading fucking iron plates, and split that line into 3 and put 3-dimensional depots at the end, and it'll just upload 3 times as fast. It's not an upload limit per material. It's an upload limit per dimensional depot, not per item. So if you need more items quickly, you can just have more dimensional depots uploading the same item and it'll fucking skyrocket the production. Yeah. didn't kill a spider just now. But there's a spider remain on the ground, which means there's a spider somewhere. Okay, so I have to decide. So I want to build roughly here. I would like the train station to be south of me. So as we come in through there, somewhere around about oh, perfect actually. Perfect actually. What if the train station was built off the edge here, but at that rock height? I want to build everything above that rock height, because that rock is going to get in the way. Is that the tallest one of these rocks around? No, that one is the one I put a marker on. Was the tall rock. Ta-da! I'd like to go a few higher than this rock. So first lock her into the grid. H to hold. Page up like let's say 4 times. Click her in. Do we just go up a little bit more again so I don't have to chop down all these trees? It's only this high. I think so. Okay, any tree high enough to stick over this bit, it gets fucking destroyed. So be it. We're actually so close to this other base here. Okay, so this is the last block. I would like everything after this to be painted, so I know. Not painted. Material. You become asphalt foundation? Interesting. Is that what this is? Oops. You stay asphalt, and the rest of it becomes coated concrete. This is essentially where I would like the train to come through, I believe. Right, what's something really big I can put on the end here? Just to fucking... Nope, congratulations. That's where I'd like the train line to come in. And I now have an end spot to aim for. I know I want to come through this gap right there. And then snake it down that way and down that way and over to that. So I think we build out from the other side where the train actually is. Somebody left this floating ladder there. Just get rid of that real quick. And conveniently enough, we're actually like relatively close to where my old ship base was. Look at that littering. Which means I can take the fun tube home. Hello. Sort. And get rid of that and get rid of that. Get rid of that if you can. Get rid of that if you can. Don't need any of that. Really don't need those on me either. Or them. Cool. My bad. Let me not stand on that train line. What happens if you do stand in front of a train? You just fucking straight up die? Will it just knock you over? Because I feel like it should. Okay, so straight up there. Straight up there. Through this gap. And then around down there. And then this is when we turn into where that radar tower is. With the option to send a train down into these quarters if I want to later on. Cool. so we have to do that first because we do have to connect you to there. Hey, how dare you? How dare you? Did that have to be one further up? Ooh. Other way. Oh, wait, no, that way. It's facing there. And to take another detour, I forgot to smokeless cloud up to the... Yeah, that makes sense. I've done that before. I actually still have a problem with ammo not being generated automatically. You come in perfectly in line with those, so let's do that. Okay, now, why would you do this? That's flat ground. That's above it. Why would you do that? Okay, we'll do it like that then. That's fine by me. I don't think this breaks the trains at all. It doesn't. But on the inline here, you shouldn't want this block signal. You should instead want a pathing signal just on the inline right there. If I haven't fucked everything up. Then this one becomes... How is that not logistics? How are they're under transport, but how... I feel like it should be logistics, but... Good, because you're supposed to be blocked. Something's gonna go wrong here for sure. Something's definitely gonna go wrong here. I can tell something's gonna go wrong here because this whole green section should come all the way back to here. Because this pathing signal is only checking if this blue area is empty. Oh, I guess that's actually okay, right? Because it'll come in and it'll just stop right here, because if there are other things in there, that'll be fine. So it's actually only checking if trains are exiting here. It'll come up to that junction and then it'll check if trains are in the section before it goes into its train station. No, that should be fine. Okay, cool. We did it. It's fine. So yeah, we were gonna go in there and then down there. And while we're near it, we'll figure out what's going on up there. on our way over. A part of me wants to go back through the whole map and destroy all these giant power poles that are like stringing bases together, because they could all just get power via train lines, and I fucking hate them. I hate them. I just don't like them. Yes to that one, but then I want you to go blueprint auto connect mode. I want you to do it this way. Click once. Actually, do you even need to hold anymore, or can I just... Fantastic. Just need to find the closest spot as far as you'll let me go that isn't rail tracks are too long. Okay, so like that. You'll have to come back this way and rejoin whenever you're close enough, buddy. I mean, that's a pretty smooth ride, I think. Bit of a turn there, but we've sort of gotten rid of a bit of the waviness. Click. Hold. How far can I go? How far? Oop, that far. Cool. Out you go then. Click. Connected. Hold. Up in the air, please. That's as far as you'll let me go. I think that's fine. I can make the turn there. do we go? Okay. I could go under these rocks just to be cool about it. But I actually don't want to go left there. I want to keep going. I actually want to go over that gap. And then come down there. So, still further up, please. Click. Unhold. Hold, please. Huh? Huh? No? No, I'd like you to... You're not even telling me why you won't build. Like, if this start is obvious, it's too far away. Okay, now you're connected. Oh. Am I not uploading quartz crystals? Clearly not. Okay, where the fuck am I using? Wait, don't I have a box of them in the middle of nowhere right there? Right there. There's a box of them right there. Where I'm producing way more quartz crystals than we're using at all. Pretty sure it's right there. Hi, friends. Look at that. Off. It's powered. It goes into a box. Nothing happens. Right. This is actually just raw quartz. This is not the one I want. That's the one I want. This is actually the one I want. Right here. Oops, it's a smart splitter instead of a regular one. built into the wall because nobody cares. Get the fuck in there. Right, well, that should solve that problem. And we'll just fucking take a stack with us in case it's not quite quick enough. I'll just dump it if it isn't. This bit does nothing. It's just a box full of quartz ore in the fucking middle of nowhere. That's fine. And where's my train? I don't even know what it is I'm using that for, by the way. Oh, the quartz I think is used to make the signs. I think. Ta-da! We're back. Fantastic. Now, make this one. Hold. Page it up a little bit until it links. Click. Fuck. Make this one. Hold. Page it up a little bit until it clicks. Click. Unhold. Place it over here somewhere. Spin it around. Get the right sort of angle you want it to be on, which is about there. Hold. And then shorten it until it reaches the fucking track. And then ta-da, it just lets you build it. But we're still going uphill here, I think. That looks relatively smooth. One more to the right and closer one. And you can go up one more, two more, three more, two more. Just trying to make a little bit smoother of a ride this time. Doesn't have to be perfect, but the last one was quite bumpy. Ah, and there's my radar tower that I'm headed to. Right there. Every time I do that and like unhold it, it fucking flips around. I don't really know why. It just does. Around that angle should be fine. Hold, please. Get the fuck out of there. Mine too every time? Alright, cool. Not just me then. That's good news. Okay, so that's too long. I do want you to go a little bit more up in the sky. So you'll have to come back a little. How's that look for smoothness? Could actually come down a little. That's maybe too steep of a... Well. Yeah, you'll do. Now, if I sit here, that's pretty fucking close to on level with that. So I think we change to flat now. and we just like head straight in towards that tower. I still want the arrow to be there, right? Yeah. I still want the arrow to be there. So hold up. Link up. Why you no link up? Click. Hold. Oh god, you're way out there. There's just nothing to... There's just nothing to... Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum. Nope. You just do this. No need. Just nudge it till it won't nudge anymore. And then build. Oh, nope, that's too long. There you go. Click. One click to link. Hold. And hold the nudge until it won't nudge anymore. I think this is faster than building the like a temporary bridge to have something, or like a temporary platform to put something on. It also lets me keep this part of the section perfectly flat, which is not like something I super value highly, but it's quite nice. Click, hold, nudge. Your aluminum ingot worth it? Yes, because of the output is better. It's like an extra process, but you get more aluminum out of what you started with. Like the bauxite you started with, you get more aluminum out of it. And if there's one thing I've learned so far, it's that there's no such thing as too much aluminum. Oh, it's the one with no quartz. Oh, I am using that one. I am using that one. I want to not use that one, but it was really inconvenient to get the quartz where I wanted. So it's technically better to use the one that involves quartz, but it really depends on where you're building. You have drones now? Sure, but I'm not going to retrofit my perfect factory, right? Okay, we're getting awfully close. So I think now I want to use this one to go back down a little bit. We're just gonna click there to connect. We're gonna keep the hold on. And as far as it lets me go, then I'm gonna drop 6 nudges and bring it back until it connects. Oop. Bars will let me go. Oh, maybe more. Drop 12 nudges. See how that looks. As far as you let me go, but you drop 12 nudges. It's a little tiny bit steeper than the ramp, but not much. So probably 10 nudges for as far as you could go would be perfect. But now we stop. Because now we want to build on the other side, the thing we want, and then have this train station connect back up to the grid here. Because it just sort of free flows through the world, which I'm super cool with. I'm super on board with it free flowing through the world. I like to be able to like go around scenic routes and places and just make it like a nice trip. But when you come back to a base, you better fucking connect back up to that world grid or I'll lose my mind. Ta-da, we don't need you anymore. Which means... we just had like a loose area here that we would like the train to connect back up to. It doesn't have to be exact. Just wait, we're connecting the train first. It was right above where my first base is, like right above where your first base is. Because right there is my third one, the messy one, and my coal plant, and my fucking space elevator. And then I guess that's my second one. And then my third one was over there. And the first spaghetti one you can see just over the back there. I almost want to put up a massive wall, just like a box around all of it. So just hide the shame over there. just hide the shame. It feels like the right thing to do. I don't know. The real right thing to do would be to tear it all down because I'm using almost none of it. But it is filling a few really important purposes right now, which is just a lot of the base components, like not even reinforced plate, just like normal plate and normal wire and normal steel beams and shit like that is all getting depoted somewhere in that mess. And as soon as I go and delete all my shame, which I really want to do, but as soon as I go delete all my shame, I'll be like, oh God, what was depoting? What am I missing now? Oh God, there are no materials in my pockets. What's happening? Right? Okay, so flat. You face inwards. Hold. Float off the edge. Float down until you're in line. That is not even the flat one. 6. Flat. Hold. Float off the edge. Float in a little bit, I guess. And come down. Until you're just about in line. Actually, we'll bring it this way so we know it lines up. That is pretty close. Right, now just fucking float you off into the distance a little bit. And maybe go left a little, because this was all just a rough area. The train itself is what the train line itself is what controls where the train station's gonna be. Now I think that'll be fine. But we don't build instead we do this and we hope that connects. It doesn't. It's the worst. That's the worst news. We need one station between that one and this one. Back to our blueprints. Another 5, please. That's not right. Another 7, please. Hold. Come down, please. Link. Okay, so Jesus, how long did you let me go again? Okay, that far. Okay, so you're gonna go out that far, actually. Which means that one's gonna get deleted. Looks like in order to stay nice and smooth, we're actually going to, so first we connect here with the first click. Nope, that was not at all what I wanted to do. How dare you? The fuck? We go flat here with the blueprint auto connect. We hold that. We get you to chain up first. Click. And then we just go for a little fucking fly over here. Unhold it. Sink it down. There's a mess happening here. Oh, it did the thing that it always does, where it fucking spins it around every time, and I have just no idea why. There we go. I mean, that looks like it's connected to the grid quite nicely. make that line in as smooth as we can. I think like that. I think if I go any further, it's too sharp of a turn. If I go any further out there, that's too sharp of a turn. So right there. And ta-da! We've reached the area where now my new train station will be. Way above all of whatever that ore is. Floating tracks, absolute genius. It wasn't my idea, but I did design the blueprint. I copied Shad's idea. Shad's looks way better than mine, but we've essentially built a bridge that literally looks like it has fucking engines on it, keeping it floating in the sky. It literally looks like it's supposed to be up here. And I love that. Okay. So, next thing. 10 forward in every direction. Okay. Tracks. Stay straight. Now, so here's where I want the return to be. So I want you to return to... So that should be the only line that can return that way. That should be the only line that can return that... Excuse me. That should be the only line that can return that way. So... if we come down 1, 2, 3 and in 1, 2, 3, it should be a perfect corner to right there. Let's make that slightly looser. Okay, so that's going to be the return line. So we're going to need way more space. This will be enough. No, it won't. It's never, you've never built enough floor. No, it the fuck won't. I don't know. I don't know what to tell it. It's just never enough. I've never built enough. And we're gonna go fucking 10 more that way. Do a 5x5 blueprint? I absolutely should, actually. A 5x5 blueprint of just the floor would let me build 25 blocks at once instead of 10. It's a great idea. Missed a spot. Okay. Hey, which build on Shrikia? None of them, preferably? That'd be my... I'd prefer none. So I'm thinking about trying out a different design. Let me redo it. The floor lines are going the other way. Why are there even any floor lines? Yo, that's so upsetting. Nope, it can stay. Okay, so I'm thinking about doing another thing here. So that's the line you leave from that way. This is the line you come in from here, right? If you were to fly in this way, right? Then you would have to turn in from here, which would lead me to like there. And if you were to come in from that way, which you could do, right? Then we have one, so both of you come in here. Now, what if instead of, why isn't that straight? Oh, I'm so, that's not straight. That's not straight. That's not straight. Don't do that. Platform blueprint. You should see Shad's one. It's way better. Mine's like the floating blueprint from Temu. It's not it's not ideal. Factoro or this, for me personally, graphics are a really big thing. Like if it doesn't visually look good, like if a game doesn't have good graphics, I enjoy it less. And so because of that, not this, not Factoro, sorry, because it doesn't look good. Shit, which track does it come in on? I've forgotten. Hold on. I left myself a note somewhere. There it is. Okay, so this inside track is the one that comes in, and the outside one is the one that leaves that way. Okay. So you're coming in from here to meet that one, and you might come in from this side to meet that one. Okay, I played 500 hours in Factora. I fucking love the game. Never tried this one though. I mean, so people do ask that a lot, like, oh, which one's better? And I don't really have an answer. Like, the answer for me is I really like graphics, and this is like full in 3D and everything. So for me, this wins, right? Is there an endpoint or a goal? There actually is, although the game doesn't technically end at all ever. But there is an actual goal, which is these big objective points in the back here. This is only phase 4 that I'm on. And to give you like an idea, I'm currently building a concrete factory just so that I have enough concrete to ship around the world to everything all the time. But this is the plan for my plant that's only going to make 2 of those 4 parts. You don't really need to understand it. You just need to know that every time there's a line, it's connecting to a new set of machines. Not single machines, just, you know, this is a different step in that process. And that factory is only going to make 2 of the 4 parts that is needed for this phase of this project. These other 2 pieces are going to need their own separate factories. Whew. Okay, so let's see. If I bring them in here, I want them all to leave through that. So then what I would actually want is to build myself a train station. With a freight platform that loads from the outside. Probably must be placed with another train. You have to do the train first. I can't just put the train station at the end. See, that's what I was worried about. I need 4. That's why I wanted to place that first, so I knew if there was enough room. Come on. Was there enough room? No. Yo, a proper train station with room for logistics underneath it and room for multiple train stops takes a lot of space. Like, I almost want a blueprint like this whole space, so that I can place down another train station whenever the fuck I want. But that you can't blueprint area is that large, so okay, so there, and a platform that connects. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there's room here to place another one if I need it. I would like room to place another one if I need it on this side. And technically, I'd love room to place a third one if I needed it. Oh Lord. How much concrete am I really gonna need? Look, I'm not gonna use this third one. But I'm just gonna have it there. I mean, I'm not even going to use the second one right now. But oh, did I not? Damn. I forgot the little rule of train stations, which is you just make a bunch of short tracks when you're inside the train station so that you can connect and disconnect wherever the fuck you want instead of one big line. I don't know if that actually is a rule, but it does seem to work very nicely. Because then you can grab this one and bring it off wherever the closest that it connects is. Cool. Which also means this one can be, the return trains can actually come quite a bit closer than that. Except that they can't. There we go. Return that way. And you, if you wanted to, would you really? If it continues on like that, you would also reconnect. There we go, and there's my little fucking whatever the shit this is. A train would come in here, and the only way I want it to go in is here. Fantastic. A train would go out there. The only way I can leave is through the leave, which is out. a train would go out on this line. The only way it can leave is from here. It will go out into that line. If there were trains from further this way, if those existed, the only way they would be able to come in is on this line, which would also lead into here. Fantastic. I'm pretty sure that's correct. It looks like a crash in about an hour. Yeah, I'll have to deal with signaling in a minute. But as long as I get the signaling also correct, nothing will go wrong. So we don't need a third one for now. And so you're built in little stuff. Great. So for now, that is all you could need. You could only be going to one of these two trains. Yep, that's fine. New turnpikes for the platform. I don't know what a turnpike is, but you do need signaling. Like you do need like stop signs and shit, or trains will just straight up crash into each other. So you're gonna need to build at least 3 platforms out. Or one more. So the train can reverse with locomotives facing forward. You can build a push-pull train. So a train with a locomotive on each side. And it can turn around. I don't have those. So I could, but I don't have, not that I don't have access, I just haven't built them. They're not part of my network. So what I have, this is a bit of a different layout from my other one, but what I have should be trains coming in from either side. Eventually there'll be more trains that way, right? They'll come into an inline for this whole station, which is just here. Then they pick their station they're gonna pull into, which is one of these two, right? And then both these lines will merge into a single line that will wrap around here and then go back into there, which is the entrance back to the trains, right? And then you can enter the line that goes that way, or you can enter the line that goes that way. So you can, after you've come from either direction and picked the train station you want to stop at, you can then leave through the single leave line and go either direction again. At least that's the plan. So you can stay straight to about there. Then you can go yay. Give me my power back, you piece of shit. That looks straight. Hopefully that's fine. It is fantastic. Hopefully I never need to add. Nope, that's too close. because I'll never be able to get out from here. Because you need to go to there and then across 1, 2, 3. I think that will be about the tightest corner you can do. No, I think that's actually a little bit loose. But that's fine. But you'll never make that corner again. Right, that's too much. That looks right. Click. It's not. You're a piece of shit. Getting smooth corners is... That's fine. There we go. Okay, cool. So this is as close as you can actually be and still make that corner. I want you to come to about here, and then I want you to connect to that one nice and smoothly, and that is the return line. Okay, what a fucking mess. But I think that that part is at least correct. And now, if there are further tracks, they just fucking... they'll go off in that direction. But there's nothing out there currently. So... a block signal on every entrance to a junction. No, a block signal on every exit from a junction, a path signal on every entrance to a junction. So we go back over here, we get a path signal, we replace this path signal because that is an entrance to a junction. Okay. We come back over here in case we ever add lines on. This is also an entrance to a junction. So you want a path signal there, but why can't you be? Oh, you have to be like, yeah, sure. That would be also an entrance to a junction. You want a block signal here. Can actually just be like right up there, right? To see if you can't leave the train. You can't leave the train. You can't leave the train unless the train is full. Well, the line is empty. Which would be right here, which would separate. It did not separate the colors the way I was hoping. Uh-oh. Do these need to be on this side as well? Hold up. They might need to be right here as well. Huh. That should be a different section now. I've done something wrong. Does this count as an intersection? Should these be pathing signals? Right here? Okay, you should be a block, like your own, like. Like you should have become. Okay, every exit from a station needs to have a block, so there you become one, and you're a block. That is too close, or too far away rather. You should be up here, and you just shouldn't exist. Now, my whole intersection is one block, so as long as that's a pathing and that's a pathing, it's not allowed to enter this area unless it's got room. This is too close. This block needs to be moved further up. Oh, it really can't be. Ooh. That'll just have to do. So none of you can leave the path unless the next section is empty. The next section is the bit behind the train. That's fine. Neither of you can enter this section if another train is on it. That section ends here. So as soon as a train leaves there, then the next train can exit its station. That all comes back up to this intersection, which it comes nice and close to, and then it refuses to exit through the junction unless its path is empty. Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is correct and everything works. Timetable. Train. Edit. Come back to, oh God, I didn't label these. Hold on. Concrete Oasis. Concrete Oasis 2. Easy. Okay. Now, speak to one. Timetable. You two are busy doing things. Actually, bottle service doesn't even deliver anything anymore. So from now on, bottle service goes to the alumina factory and then to Concrete Oasis. And from now on, train, which is just an empty train, goes to the bottle shop. Actually, it goes to Mega Messy and then to Concrete Oasis 2. Save changes. And now I should see some trains pop in out of nowhere. But while we're waiting, let's add ourselves another train. Locomotive. Let's go. Facing that way, please. You're gonna be a new train. You're a new train. You're gonna get 4 freight cars. I'm gonna name you Concrete Delivery. I'm gonna edit that timetable, and I'm actually gonna send you to the bottle shop and the alumina and back to concrete, just to make you move around. You're not actually doing anything right now. I just want you to fucking go. Just want the train to go. And it definitely won't exit this area right now, will it? It's gonna get stuck right there. And it's gonna decide it's not allowed to leave. That's what I thought was gonna happen. Okay. I think that maybe only happens because that block signal is right there. No. What are you? You're a block signal. There's nothing in here. You are a block signal. That's wrong. This is the entrance to a junction. You should be a path signal. And yet, that should be a path signal. And then here, this block signal should be fine. Well, something's wrong. Leave. Leave. Okay, you won't leave. Why? Because there's no block signal right here. Because this is leaving. Leaving a train station needs a block signal. And now you go. Fuck. Turn off self-driving. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Okay. Something's wrong. I've done something wrong. You're a block signal and you're a block signal, but you look different. You two are... You're correct. Shit. I see. Okay. It's actually simple and he can't see it. These fucking signs are backwards. I can tell you that much. I've put in these pathing signs facing literally the wrong way. I don't know if that's the only problem. So you check there and you check there. What the fuck is that? Oh no, that's a block and it's in the wrong way. Yep, that's another block and it's on the wrong way. Okay, so now something's wrong here still. And it is... You're a pathing signal. And you're on the correct way. And this is the way. Yep, so this is the train. You're on the correct way. You're gonna check a path. Okay. So we're gonna follow the train. You're gonna check a path. You're gonna check if that... You're going to check... Why is this bit connected to that bit? That's not. Something very simple I'm missing here. I'm like one point off. This is only my third train station, and I've built it very different this time. I actually haven't played League this season, but the videos I've been watching say I like the changes. Okay, so we're gonna follow our train as if we're the train, right? So we're the train. Well, this just shouldn't be counted yet. So the problem is here because this whole area is counted together and it shouldn't be. So you're a problem because you're literally not doing your job. Right here, I'm sure is that not it? Okay, well it did separate that into a different section, which is correct because now you're checking for this whole path. Now you're checking for this whole path. Yo, this looks so fucking right now. And yet, my trains aren't moving. My trains aren't moving because the next stop is unreachable. Wait. In Mega Messy, I never had exits. In Mega Messy, I never had exits. And I put them on, but I never added block signals on the other side when I started adding this new train station. I think that whole fucking train line is missing a pathing signal on the other side. Because when I look here, this looks correct. This whole pathing area, this whole area right here is separated with blocks and paths correctly. There's a bit that leads into train stations. There's a bit that leads out of train stations. And there's another path there, checking. This all looks separated correctly. But you will not go. You will go to that junction and you will just stop there. We shouldn't see problems on this line like this. But then the problem goes away? How could the problem go away? Suddenly everything's fine. Suddenly here everything's fine? How could it be this far away? Suddenly here everything is fine. That's blocked because it should be. It goes that way. This one comes in on this line. This is fine. So we come in, everything's fine. We come in, everything's fine. And then, oh no, it's actually not fine. Everyone comes grinding to a halt here for no reason. So that is just a block signal to the next block signal, which is set up the same as every single part of the rest of the track. So how could this part be broken? Because that's literally just my blueprint that's working still. Ah. Can't be broken because it's the only way I have power out here. Okay. Huh? I mean, I know why. I don't think it's an issue. I don't think it's causing the problem, but I can fix the tumor. Okay, well, it just, I know why. I don't think it, now that it's connected again, there are problems again. Okay, interesting. But you do still need to be connected. Okay, those two are now the correct way around, I swear. Those two are now the correct way around. You're right, those two are wrong. Is what I've been saying. You've been saying nothing. You've been saying nothing of value this entire time. Don't start with me. Okay, so this is the correct way around. And this is a pathing signal. So it's the correct signal. But it tells me that I cannot exit. Which does not make sense. You could exit either this way, which comes up to its own block signal, which is broken. Shouldn't be broken. Or you can exit this way, which comes up to its own block signal, which is correct. And then the rest of the next two lines are broken for no reason. Okay, listen, but like you don't have a train that keeps going now. You don't have any trains that keep going this way. So like, but you might have later. Is the problem having a might have later? Is a might have later not an okay thing to do? Like, can you just not? Okay, so we got rid of all of the might have later options. Okay, so let's just start with that to make sure that this part is right. You can actually only come in from one place. This is a pathing signal to make sure that nothing crosses the path. This is a blocking signal on the way out of that little junction to make sure that trains don't crash right there. That's fine. That is a block to make sure you don't enter that area. That is a block to make sure you don't enter that area. I don't know if there needs to be a block on the exit of the train or not. Just looking at the train lines, the answer is yes. That actually looks quite good, because that means this whole section is treated as one block. And if a train leaves this station, for instance, this one can't leave until it gets past that line, right? Neither of them are on backwards either. So all of this so far I'm on board with. So I'm gonna keep going as if I'm a train.
ICH lieber Dick, Balor, Undikhoff, du hast einen guten Stream, du kleiner Hamster.
Cool, don't know what any of that means, but thanks for the money. There's the interest there. Well, we'll get there. I'm just following the line. This is also fine. This is a block signal. Now we're entering a junction where shit could go wrong. So here is a pathing signal, which should be correct, which leads out to another block signal, which should be correct. And then all of a sudden, those ones are broken for no reason. Even though the ones here in the station are fine. But this is a pathing signal, and it says it's wrong. It says stop. No, it's correct. And that is a block that is correct. And that is a block that is correct. There's no point in going any further up because they're definitely correct. Trains can come in this way. That's to check the path. Fantastic. Huh? Huh? Well, let's put that back because it's correct. Wait. My trains still aren't coming, right? They're still just sitting somewhere. Yeah, look at them all. They're all stuck. I've actually ruined my aluminum delivery. Those two are waiting because bottle service, which is supposed to come here next, can't get here. And it can't get here because of this. So it's just clogged up that base. So there can't be anything wrong this far upstream, right? Because these are all blueprinted out. They're the same everywhere. So even though this is the first bit telling me there's a problem, it can't actually be a problem here. Right? Because that's a block and that's a block. They're all blocks. You go back on this side, you come on this side, that's correct. You come here, you go back there, that's correct. You come here, you go back there, that's correct. So if I just get rid of that one and this one, just because that doesn't break anything. That didn't break the next one down. This is also a block signal. That can be just one set of tracks. It's fine. If a train is stop here, then so be it. You stop all the way back up there. That's fine. I'm on board with that. There's no problem with that at all. That is a block signal on the way out of the path. That is a pathing signal on the way in. It should be there. Let's put it back here just for the sake of AAA. For the sake of symmetry. That's the same symbol. I just moved it back a little. Yeah, it's still saying it can't enter though. Yes, do you need to go reset them? Yes, you need to go over to the crash. Okay, so you're still saying you can't enter this area. However, Back there is fine now, and there are no more errors back there. So this pathing signal says a train cannot come in here. Unless this is all fine now, nothing is broken. But it shouldn't be fine, because this light should be green. This light should be green. If everything was fine, that light would be green. The two should be paths further on. What, like these blocks? I mean, I can't. That shouldn't be a path signal. That should be a block signal. Fuck you! That needs to be a path signal. Because there's an intersection there. Which then makes that one a block, which should be correct. The whole area where the intersection happens and a little bit of room on either side is its own pathing section. That should be correct. A path section's job isn't just to make sure that it can get to the path, but also to make sure that the block after it is also empty, so it can enter the block afterwards. What, you think like this bit here? I mean, like, no, because this is just the signaling area. This is actually, if anything, my largest path block area. The other two bases have much smaller areas than this, with more crossovers, because I did this shit separately this time. This path signal should be green. And it isn't green. And I don't know why. I do know that the problem was not this block. So that's actually probably a good thing. Okay. Well. I swear I'll get better at this. I'm gonna go see what the other side looks like. Even though it can't go that way. Well, I had that other side finished, and if anything, it was worse. It had more errors and problems and blinking error lights and all sorts of stuff, which it doesn't have anymore. But now it just thinks the path is blocked. Oh, hello. What the fuck? What the actual fuck is going on over here? Wait, is the problem all the way down here? Surely that wouldn't cause the problem all the way up there. Okay, so you're entering an exit. That's a path signal. You're entering the intersection. This is a block. You're on the way out of the intersection. That is correct. That is not correct. This whole intersection should be treated as one intersection. This bit shouldn't be separated like that. This is one intersection. Oh. Also, you can't exit from here onto that train line, which is also somewhat of an issue. So to start with, you actually need to be able to do that. Otherwise, you can't get there from here. Oh! Okay, well, I mean, that made it leave, but then it got stuck here. It was like, oh, a path. Never mind, I'm blocked. Okay. This is a block signal. That's fine, but you actually don't need to be there. But there should be a pathing signal here. Uh-oh. Oh, it went through because I didn't put that in first. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't know what you're gonna do down the other side, bud. I hope everything goes fine. Those lights are all not green. Those lights are not green. We have a rogue train. None of the lights you're going through are green. I know it's been a long day, my dude, but none of those lights are green. Okay, let's actually put that up a little bit closer and then get rid of this one. Cool. Now, errors everywhere. Errors everywhere. And that is because you don't need this path signal in the middle here anymore. But now this is all one big area, which it shouldn't be. And it is because why? You should be a block on the way out, which you are. And you should be a signal on the way in, which you are. It's just fucking blue forever up there. Well, my trains are still backed up. They won't come in here now. I have no idea what happened to the other train. Oh, the concrete delivery. It's on its way back. It's gonna fucking get stopped here though. It's also not getting, we got a new problem. The new problem's here. I fucked everything. Nobody's having any fun. I've ruined the model train set. Okay, the other train is over there. It says operational still. It says operational, but it ain't moving. Okay, so that is a path signal. It is on the way into an exit. That is a block signal, is on the way out of an intersection. This is correct. So from here, you get options. You get to come this way, where there is a block signal. You get to come this way, where there is a block signal. You get to go straight. Where there is a block signal. You never rejoin that line because you can't. That would put you on the opposite trajectory to the last one. So that should be perfect. This one, at least from this line, at least this line from this direction, should be correct. Okay? So, coming from this direction, this is a path signal. I am a train. Choo choo motherfucker. I have 3 options. I can go in here where I hit a block signal. That's correct. I can go in here where I hit the end of the block signal. That's correct. I can go straight where after the intersection I hit a block signal. That's correct. I am a train. Choo choo motherfucker. I've come in one of these train stations already. Doesn't matter which one. I am in a train station. They're different colors. This whole section is one block stopping my train from moving. If a train is anywhere here, you can't leave the train station. That's fine. If a train hasn't re-entered the main track, you're not allowed to leave the station. That's fine. I come up to my thing. That is a path signal. That is facing the correct way. I have only 2 options. I may leave this way, where I enter a block signal, or I may leave this way, where I have 3 options. From here, I could enter the train station again, which I would never do, but it's got a block signal. I could enter the other train station. It's got a block signal. Or I could go this way, and it has a block signal. That is all correct from all 3 directions. Every exit has a block signal. Every entrance has a pathing signal. That is all correct. These are block signals. This should be a separate part of the track. This should be a separate part of the track. That should be a separate part of the track. If I go the other way, which has been running for days, that's been running for days, every time I put a blueprint down, it comes with its own block. They should all be a different section. This has been running for days. And that is how it is supposed to look. Every section is a different bit. The colors change at every blueprint. Right? Means at every time there's a blueprinted section, and that's why no crashes happened here. Right? Because my train had to stop here because of whatever, and because there's a check there, that train stopped. So that's correct. This block signal is literally not working. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Is it in my blueprints? Is it in my new blueprints? Oh my god, it's in the new blueprints. Yo, the other way, buddy. Holy fuck, it's the blueprints. Oh my god, I know how it's the blueprints. Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, I know what happened. I need a coffee before I go redo every signal along my new track. Remember how we made those angled tracks, everybody? To look really cool? All I did was replace the track. I didn't reattach new block signals to the new track on angles. So there's just block signals sitting on foundations that used to be attached to different lines. And they're the whole way on the new floating stations. So the whole way on the floating stations is just, yeah, cosmetic signals that don't do anything because they're not actually attached to any floating, only the flat ones, which is why some on the other side looked right. Because the flat ones, I just changed cosmetic stuff on. So those signals are still attached. But everywhere where I've gone on an incline or a decline, it just has cosmetic fucking block signals, tricking you into thinking they're in the correct place because they are, but they're not actually attached to the line. And they're causing problems the whole way. Son of a bitch, it's a blueprint issue. Oh, no block signal there. Don't know what you're talking about. Ta-da! Now there's a block signal. Ta-da! Now there's a block signal. Other side, same time. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, other side, same time. You're right. I was like, I'll just do it. I'll just run all the way up and then run all the way up. No. No need for that. We'll start back down the bottom until we catch up. We'll do them both. Okay. So, this pathing signal is one I planted down. No, are you even? No, because I didn't even plant that pathing signal. I clicked over the top of my other one so that it would, you know, just replace it. I upgraded the cosmetic block. Yeah. Hey, look, a train started moving. Whoa. It's actually dangerous to have trains running on these lines right now. I forget where I was up to, so we're just gonna assume they're all wrong now. Ta-da! You fucking blueprints. You fucking oh, wrong one. Fucking blueprints, eh? Ah, and look, flat ground. These ones still attached. Working fine. In theory, you could just remove all of those. I could, but I'm also fully set up to be able to like yoink a train line off in the middle of anywhere and just like start making forks. And like the idea is that I want that to be able to happen anywhere in the line. Which can happen in these tracks, provided the blueprints were fucking connected. Anywhere in the line. I can just turn any bit into an intersection anywhere and send trains anywhere I wanted. Ah, and these were the problem ones, which I already deleted. So now everything's just working? except you shouldn't be a block signal. You should be a path signal. Oops. Path. Yo, now all those sections are separated into colors that look correct. That is the only intersection, and so it is its own individual block. You go around to there, which is fine. You count for both of those, so that's fine. One train has to wait here if it going in until something gets into a train station. The only thing, yeah, once they're fully in the train stations, they count as being in their own thing, so you could come through, but if you did that, you would have a problem. So actually, these probably shouldn't be there because it's a little too tight, like another train. It actually doesn't matter. That actually literally doesn't matter. Everything should work now. Trains should come and go. Now, I was gonna make a coffee, but I think that the first thing I should do while I'm thinking about it at all is fix my fucking blueprints. Because if I don't do that right now, what are the chances I forget and then go to make more trains later, and it isn't until I get to the station and everything fucks up that I remember and then have to fix them all again. Load a blueprint. Odds and ends. Trains 1 meter left. Hi buddy, how you doing? This one is just not attached to anything. It's just not part of the fucking system. You're a piece of shit. Ta-da! Also not part of the system. Piece of shit. No. That way. Ta-da! Reconnected. They're allowed to look broken. They always look broken in the blueprint because there's nothing, they're not connected to any other tracks. Save blueprint. Confirm. Clear blueprint designer. Load blueprint. I just did left, so now I do right. Delete this block signal that doesn't do anything, that's attached to nothing. Put a new block signal on, heading the correct way. Ta-da! Delete that block signal that does nothing. Put a new block signal on that is going the correct way. Save blueprint. I do want to. Cool. Clear blueprint designer. All fixed. We now have a successful train station. The trains will come and go as they fucking please. I hate everything that happened here. He says with a huge smile on his face, like it wasn't fun. I hate it. I hate it, but I enjoyed every bit of it. I hate it, but I enjoyed every bit of it. It hurt, but I like it. I thought you were gonna make the tracks less wavy. I said less wavy, not perfectly unwavy. That's far less wavy. Is it perfectly unwavy? No. But is it less wavy? Yes. What the fuck are you doing over here with aluminium casings? I hope you're not unloading them anywhere. This is the concrete deliverer. Oh no. Edit time at Illumina. I just don't want you to do anything. I actually don't want you to go to Illumina ever again. Well, I kind of do though. No, I don't. Never go to Illumina again. Save changes. Yeah, look, I said it was going to be less wavy, not that it wasn't going to be wavy at all. Oh, we start the break-in pretty early. Ah, you're the one. You're the one. I want in that. I want in that one. Yoink. Okay, now you, on the other hand, can go Mega Messy, Concrete Oasis 2, Illumina, Bottle Shop, Concrete Oasis 1. You have no carts to load of any kind. You now just go fucking everywhere. You have no carts. You can't load or unload anything. Your job is to do a sightseeing tour around all of my train stations successfully and just do all of the things. And now I can go make a coffee, now that my blueprint is fixed and we don't have any problems anymore. Actually, fuck the coffee. I'm gonna get some food. I've already had 2 coffees today. I need food. I'll be back in a moment with some food. waiting for the train to exit. Fantastic. The signals everywhere are working. Ah, so happy. Look at him go. Yeah, this side is much more wavy. Have that one turn off, self-driving, because yep, all of our packaged sulfuric acid is full, and it looks like most of our excess storage containers also full. Which probably means we can cut that supply of storage containers off. Finish eating before we do that. I'll give it a little bit more time. Fill up just a little bit more. It doesn't need it. It's got enough. But might as well let it. It's not like it hurts anything to have more bottles, canisters, whatever. I wonder if this one specifically, since it's also going to use those canisters for packaged water, if I should just let it back all the way up. It should fill, because that way I don't have to make new ones when it's time to add water. In that case, since I am going to let it fill up. See, buddy, you can go in now. Interesting. There's still a problem back there. I was only blocking one train station. That should have still let the other train in. Fantastic. Right. Back in a sec. Wash your hands. Okay.
Ton vegan pue, Murph. Lavela.
Yep, those are all words. Now this, directly underneath my train station, is exactly where I wanted to build. And some trees are just going to have to go away. I assume that they're like, I assume that they like might not be funny, but I assume that they're not like super dodgy or inappropriate or anything. Or like if they are, they're the kind of inappropriate that's fine here, right? Yeah, the big question, is this low enough for the top level of anything? Because what is it we need here? Literally fucking 28 foundries. 28 foundries is fucking insane. Maybe we overclock them. I don't know. Or we just don't, because like we're out here in the middle of nowhere and all it is a concrete factory. Like, it only has to provide concrete. Like this is just a concrete base, so maybe we don't overclock it. That just costs power. What was I doing? Foundries, right? No, not foundry, refinery. Okay, if I put refineries in here, though, inside this building, they would stick out into the train station like that. Now, that's actually perfect because I want them to stick out the top. It just means we never do them under the train station. Right? We do our refineries far enough back that we can make sure that if I need to put a third station in, I can. Which means our first refinery is almost going exactly on the spot that I had designated as the place to make them. Like this is, I threw a marker down and went, this is probably where I'm going to make them. And it's actually, that's where the first row is going to be. Now, unfortunately, there's some dirty greenery and trees in our way. So that tree goes through the roof. 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 To be honest, with the amount of fucking concrete I just put up here, these trees were all gonna die of lack of sunlight anyway. That tree goes through the roof. That tree goes through the roof. Where are the support pillars? We just got here. That one's gonna go through the roof. I think you already have one on you, but like, let's just throw more for the sake of it. Ah, clean. I love this game right up until the point where blueprints became a thing. What? Blueprints are my favorite. I love them. Build entire factories with modules. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't that sound fucking great? Okay. So that's where a bunch of our water is going to come from, right there. But there was also a geyser right here somewhere. It wasn't far. We were gonna get a bunch of our water. There it is, right there. Just place down a few puzzle pieces. I mean, that's, yeah, sure. But like, you have to build those puzzle pieces, and then there's a whole bunch of customization and all sorts of things. Oh, this is one tower. You'll use it all. I promise you'll use it all. So this one becomes a what? So it's production. This thing, right? It becomes this thing, which needs to be fucking powered because fuck you. Oh, look at all them berries. He's gonna put up all the largest rock. Just common sense. Yeah. But so here's the thing. I'm gonna put stuff in here. Right? So like the rock is good to know where to put things. But also from here, what I can do is something I've been wanting to do in buildings for a little while, ever since it was suggested to me, which is not run any power on the floor at all. All the power is gonna come from underneath the floor, on the floor below, and I'm just gonna fucking clip the wires through the machine, and there's just gonna be no power up here. I keep saying every time I do a building, it's different. Like something I'm building fundamentally different everywhere until I like figure out what I like, right? So like there's a bit of power up there, but that power is not going to power this machine. It's going to power anything that goes upstairs. Yeah, unfortunately, it does still have to come in the building from somewhere. So, but ta-da, now we've got power. Nothing worse than not having power when you want to build something. Anything. Building from the ground like a pleb. Gross. Super happy day. This league in the past 5 overall didn't get fucked the day before league start. Feels good. Nice. Grats. God damn. How many of these things are there? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 of them. And we're gonna fucking... So we're getting 1,950. Jesus Christ. Man, it uses so much power to overclock things. Like it uses so much power to overclock things fully like this. How many pumps would it be if I used all only pumps? Just wondering. I mean, it's just 22 pumps. Maybe not. 8 pumps. 90% was really good. We use almost all of this water and just a little bit of extra. Ooh. Or we clear this connector. We use only 1950 and we just make a little less concrete for now. And we don't use any water pump. We only use what we can get from here. That would mean I would need to only use the 2 pures and one of the, nope, that's a pure. Wait, are these pures? Oh, the pures can only bring in, hold up. I'm belt limited. Yo, okay, so I'm belt limited. That's an issue. There are 3 pures nearby. So let's say I grab these 2 pures, right? Let's just see how much concrete that makes real quick. I mean, I can only take 780 on a belt. So what is that going to be? 160, 162, 162. God, I can really only take. That's so. I need faster. How much are the faster belts? Like, what do they carry, by the way, at the next level of belt? Because I can only carry 780 on a belt. There's nothing I can do about it because the belt that comes out of the machine is like, right? Like that's just as much as I can't take anymore. So here's my thought. Where to go, where to go, where to go, where to go? I leave this very, 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 very expandable. For now, I grab these 2 pure nodes. I overclock them so that they fill my belt. I don't use any pumps. I don't even have to use all the water from the well. Right? And I just, with those 2 pures that are not even overclocked fully, or maybe we do all 3. Maybe we do all 3 of the pure nodes that aren't even overclocked well. Ooh, perfect. If I just use those, which only have to go to like, I don't know how much they need to fucking hit the perfect amount. We just make them shit out 780, however much overclocking that needs. Okay. Does that want more? Like, does it want more? I can't tell. No, it doesn't want more. If I just fill 3 plates, I don't have to deal with any pumps right now. I can do 3 full belts using exactly 1 fully overclocked water extractor. And I just leave the factory in such a way that I can come back and expand it with higher belts. And I've still got these ones I can add in whenever I want. There's 3 lots of 600 there that I could grab. And I could also overclock these further and just make more concrete. But for now, it makes a much more manageable facility that only has 3 belts of limestone coming in and only needs 20 refineries. And just uses the water from the well. I think that's the way. I like that. Limestone, please. Where are you? There's one. There's a normal. There's a pure. There's a normal. There should be another pure up the back here. Right? Should be another pure up the back here. My fucking... Am I missing something? Interactive map. Says there's a pure there, and a pure there, and a pure there. Okay, well, I'm gonna go get both of those pure nodes then. So... Why? I brought you off a Mark 3 pole, and you make a Mark 1 wall nubbin. Okay, now if I bring you off a Mark 3 wall nubbin, do you make another Mark 3 wall nubbin? Yes. But if I bring you off a Mark 3 wall nubbin, and I say put you in the only spot it'll let me on that rock, do you become a Mark 3 power pole? No. That actually feels like a bug that should be fixed. And that is how I keep ending up with fucking Mark 1 poles everywhere. Because I assumed, wrongfully, that it would if I... So that if you take power from a pole to a pole, that's fine. It'll keep making Mark 3 poles. But if you change it into a wall nubbin, it will not make a Mark 3 wall nubbin. It'll make a Mark 1. Oh, hold on. But you will switch it? I mean... But when you're going pole to pole like this, nothing goes wrong. Just gonna have to throw that down there real quick. Yeah, if that is a decision that they made and not like a bug, then that's a bad decision and they should unmake it. But is that... Have I already done this? Oh, I think I did this when it was really dangerous to me and I didn't have a gas mask. And so I wasn't able to stick around and like get rid of shit. I just had to like run in, open the thing and leave. Where are you, buddy? There's the other pure limestone right in front of me. 200 meter this way. I mean, obviously I'm going in. You literally fell in at one point. So you're saying I've gotten whatever reward is in here? Build will you be playing during the event? I will be playing complete phase 4 of Satisfactory. I will not be doing the event. Oh, I believe you're right. Or the reward is something shit like a blue power bug or something that I don't care about. Much as humanly possible. Okay. Yes. Do you want the quick nasty answer that I just keep giving people, or do you want the real answer? Quick is fine. Just don't feel like it. Just don't feel like playing PoE. Oh, it's right there. I was blind. Stood by the light. Blinded by the lights. No, I almost kind of hate that. There, now it's on the world grid. Now, I want you to generate me 780 limestone per minute. Because that's all my belt can take. And a rock next to you to get the ore on top of it? There's ore on top of a rock near me? What kind of ore? Just out of curiosity. I've only got limestone on right now. The interactive map gets way too busy if you turn on every ore at once. Like, it just gets way too busy if you turn on like every resource. It's just like, oh my god. But one that could be quartz or Sam. Oh shit, it's pure Sam. Pure Sam. Good to know that that's there. I have no use for pure Sam right now. This a concrete factory. You know what would be really good? Is if this belt was straight the whole fucking way. Oh no, there's a tree in the way. Oh shit, those are the big ones. That was a bit excessive. Hold up. It's a deforestation by cluster bomb. Well, that was the last area. This area can be flattened. Happens to headlift you bump 2 nodes into the same pipe at different heights. I actually kind of know the answer to this. Headlift is in no way additive ever, and will always just take whichever is the highest amount of headlift it can have. So one will never add to the other, right? Like if you've got two 40-meter pumps pumping 2 separate pipes and then 10 meters up they join together, that's still only 30 meters. If you have one 40-meter pump, I think they're 50, but we're going to keep the analogy right. If you have one 40-meter pump and then 10 meters up it joins another one, and then below that by 20 meters, so 10 meters below the other one is another one that has the same pump on it, it'll still just have the headlift of the top one. It'll always have whatever is the highest headlift, but it will never give you more. Like it'll never additive it for you. Okay, I don't actually want to build into the wall here, because one, that fucking can't be done, but also I'm just building that so I know, like, roughly can I line you up? You won't snap to it. Will you snap to it? Will you show me a line to be like, that's in line if I hold control? It might help if you were connected. Whoop. No, we'll just do it the other way. We'll just do it the other way. Doom, 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 doom. Did that explanation make sense? Nothing additive ever, but whatever is the highest head lift wins. You know, for a minute then, my default reaction was to put that guy in a box. And then I remembered that that doesn't work. And then because they had two oil nodes at different heights, my absolute number one suggestion for all fluids is just use more pumps than you need. The pumps really don't fucking cost anything. The amount of power they use is so fucking small. If you think maybe it needs another pump, just put another fucking pump on it. Who cares? It's not worth the hassle. Really? Like the only bad thing about putting a pump on is that you need to connect power to it. Like other than that, nothing. Like it's the same thing. Okay, you become on the grid. Perfect. Okay, so this is where they will all gather. Now, we've got some fucking unfortunate behavior going on here. We have 1950 coming out of this. We need all of it. There is only, okay, in order to update them, you just have to put a tiny bit of pipe on. It doesn't matter. It can all get deleted. Everything needs a tiny pipe. These things don't update their pressure when you overclock a machine. You should overclock the machine before you put them down, because they won't update their pressure they put out when you look at them until they pump something, or the first time you put it down. Right, so Pure is knocking out 300 water a minute. There are 3 Pures. There are 4 Pures. And a normal. There are 5 Pures. Are there 5 Pures and 1 normal? Is that what's here? Hold on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 Pures and 1 normal. Okay. So we just mix all the Pures. We just mix Pures 2 at a time. They become 600 a pipe. We hope they work. We bring this one down on its own, and it's a little baby one. It's a little baby one. does need to go up a little though, which is unfortunate. So stupid idea, potentially. What if we didn't have to pump it up? What if I built a small water tower, say about this high, right here, right above this, and we pump all 7 lines into 7 tanks that are up at like the train station height, and then we just have 7 straight pipes all in a row that just go straight over there from up here with no pumps needed and enough head lift on them on the other side. True, they could also like drop after being in the water tower, right? That's fine as long as, but the idea is water tower right here, deal with the pump and the power and the making sure we've got the head lift here. 6 tanks, 7 tanks, because we need 7 tanks. 6 tanks? But yeah, whatever. Lift to unlimited pipes. I don't know how that would ever work, but okay. Okay, so right now I'm nearly at the train height level. So if we just go like a little bit above it, right? About there. You drip feed each pipe from a tank up high. Oh, and then because they always attach the highest because they always attach the highest point. I mean, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's gonna be 7 pipes though, because I just kind of like the idea of 7 pipes traveling in a row. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or 3 and 3 with 1 on top. Do I do a Alright, we make you look pretty in a moment. Or not at all. Who knows? But this is as high as I can get. So, give me that power line. And give me that power. And of course, yeah, pressing E like that doesn't work. Like if you've given it a wall nubbin and you swap, it changes to a power pole. It doesn't actually, it doesn't do what you want it to do either. So whenever you make a wall nubbin out of a power pole, It just becomes a Mach 1 wall nubbin for no good fucking reason. There's a computer written manual about it. Yeah. So what I'm thinking, you can set the default for power and such. Fucking where? I never want to see an MK1 pole or nubbin anywhere again, ever. I mean, that just adds it to the to-do list. That's all that does. Just adds it over here. Yeah, I don't think you can. Unless it's in settings or something. One, these don't need to be industrial, by the way. Like at all. 2, 3, 4. Ooh. So there's seven of them are needed. We're gonna run 7 pipes. So we're gonna do 1 with a good 2 gap there for the other pipe to go through. 3, 2. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ta-da! There are now 7 pumps up there. Weep. Now that's going to be too high for you to go in one shot, isn't it? I assume they don't respect the wall hold trick that the lifts do. Although I assume that that's like not gonna work. I'm just gonna double check. No, absolutely not. Okay, cool. Okay, we'll get rid of that one too. So we're going to need a floor. Hold halfway that we can then delete. That should be fine. 7. This entire layer of foundation that I'm putting down right here, deleting it all. It's just here to connect pipes. Now, I wish that I could just do this and hold control and line it up with the top. But I don't think it lets you. So my best thought solution is to go horizontal to vertical and just do that to all the pipes and then drop a wall hole in where they drop a floor hole in wherever they come down. Oh, well, that didn't build that floor out far enough. Don't know how good of a solution this is to what I was trying to do, but it does feel like the solution to me. Oh, nearly. Am I stupid? The Pewers are 300 each. The Pewers are 300 each, not 600 each. We don't need 7 pumps. We need 4. We need 4 pipes, not 7. Hold. That's a long way up. Gone. Okay, fantastic. You're all wrong. So I'm gonna put this in the fucking air because it doesn't matter. And you're the one for that pipe. No, two gotta go in there. Two gotta go in here. Two gotta go in there. And one gets to go on its own. And I'm gonna have to keep track of which one is nearly empty. Okay, let's keep track of which one's nearly empty by taking it first. This one right here. This one right here is just the normal pump. So it can actually just go straight in and it doesn't even need a junction. Tis the normal water. That normal water is only moving 150 units. Now the question is, do we care? And the answer is no. A little bit. We care a little bit. Perfect. All pumps happen just above here. Silly me. You're gonna have to be removed. I think I actually greatly prefer this solution than like trying to deal with, do they all have enough head lift? Is there enough room? Is there fucking pumps everywhere? Like, what's going on? But if I just deal with it all right here, send them all up into a water tower, make sure that all the water gets up there, And then it doesn't fucking matter what's happening down here. They will all have pressure. I believe that is every pump. Let's double check. 2 go in there. 2 go in there. 2 go in there. And the one normal little baby one's on his own. All 4 of those pumps go all the way up. Yup. Fantastic. And all 4 of those pumps come all the way down. And while the wall's here, I can do that before deleting it. By going like that. Perfect. Obviously at the floor, we're going to bring all these pipes like together so they can travel as like a group of 4. Obviously. Oh, they don't make it to the floor in one go. Sag. Shit, how many more squares are you out from here? Literally only 2. Cool. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, if I do this, we can get rid of all these now. And realistically, all of these as well. That looks ridiculous. That looks ridiculous. No, down. Yeah. Actually, Perfect. You don't float in the air. You're held up by these things. You've actually never floated in the air in your life. Except this one. Because you're gonna land. You know what? Fucking close enough. Ahem. And now, for our next trick. A pump. Another pump. Another pump. Another pump. And where do you go to? That's where you go to, right there. Fucking perfect. That means we only need one middle pump. So I'm right, yeah, that's already real close. So we can just put it right before that, actually. And it'll get all the way in. In fact, we'll put it on the same spot on every one of them, which is right after that floor hole that's still technically there, even though there's no floor. And now power MK3 outlet. Perfect. Where are you gonna go that doesn't? There you go. One, two, three, four. And the ones on the ground? One, two, three, four. Oh, but you didn't actually connect this wall nubbin to any power, so there we go. Now them pipes be pumping. Do they? Do them pipes be pumping? Interesting. Them pipes should be pumping. Oh. Them pipe not pumping? There's just no way that they're full. They're full, they're huge. Oh! My bad. There's no way that they're false. That doesn't make any sense. Yep. Fill rate 600. Fill rate 600. Fill rate 600. And fill rate 150. Because you're trash. Yo, it's not even. Are you like, because of the pumping? Right. Well, it'll be averaging 150. That's for sure. Okay, pipes on the way out. Can all be painted blue because you are full of water. I mean, I guess technically the ones on the way in are also full of water, but you're all part of the mess. Ahem. Right, where are you? Where are you? Is that level of clipping fine? No, because if I have to turn any tiny corner at all, they will actually clip into each other. It'd only work if it was perfectly straight. That's too far away though. And halfway. Surely that won't cause me any problems at all. Ta-da! It's beautiful. Blueprints. What about times 4? Save blueprint. Clear blueprint designer. Thank you, buddy. Bye. Now, all I have to remember is that the bottom right one is the shit one. Bottom right, 150. All the rest are good. And in we go. If I head directly west like this, that should do it. Silly trees. Silly trees. Ah, those ones are fine. Silly trees, you should know better than to get in my way. Those ones aren't fine. To-do. I don't think that's a terrible looking water tower. It is definitely higher than the places where I plan to use them. Okay, which brings me to 20 whatever the fuck this is, refineries. I guess I could have a blueprint for this, but it's sort of different every time I have to put it down. Although I am going to need to come back and make these ones again. So blueprint it is. I think I just make them in twos. make them in twos? Man, I don't even know where that... No, there's literally no way. I just make them. Six. Oh. Yeah, no, that's fine. 7, 8. Jesus, only 8 fit there. Just when you thought you made enough space. No, you fucking didn't. Nine, 10. Yeah, how close could I get to here? Or do I want to go? Nope, we actually want to leave that space. So, we're heading back for another separate 10. Oh no, some more trees. Oops. This one too for good measure on my way out. Oh, that one still sticks through. Thought it was the other one. There we go. So, wet concrete, and you're going to use 100 a minute. Almost certainly, if we're gonna do them in lines like that, then almost certainly we just have everything coming from the center like last time. Looked pretty nice, gets all the smokestacks near each other. Still plenty of room to make like another whole 2 rows back here, or extend that way, or extend that way. Doesn't fucking matter. Let's give it 2 more there like that. So there's 1 whole square in between. Morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is a lot of refineries. And it's not even, I can double it. I could double it right now if I wanted to. Four meters up should be enough. Yeah. Or this bit. There's no way it makes it all the way, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you there, and you there, and we'll just get one pipe for now, so that everything's the same height. And then we grab this blueprint, and we put it above right there. Yeah, no reason not to. Haha. Easy. And now the next question. Do you like it? Yeah, I think there's enough room there for a belt down the middle. That's fucking great. Okay, fantastic. So, we're gonna need one there. We're gonna need one there. We're gonna need one here. We're gonna need one there. Oh god, where am I gonna put in all the water? They're all so close. We'll get to that in a minute. Shit. I don't know if I put this high enough. That might need to go one higher. That whole pipe might need to go one higher. Because... hold on. Never mind. It only needs to go too high. Fantastic. That's how much concrete we'll start making. very, very, very easily expandable into more. But 2 of these fit here, right? Perfect. Perfect as if I designed it. Which I did. Okay, so weakest pump. Weakest pump. So I think the weakest pump probably goes in the middle somewhere. Nice pipe. Hello, buddy. Are you having some fucking problems? Yep. Hello? Huh? Huh? I've broken the game in several places. I haven't even put fluid in these yet. What's going on? Okay, sure. So if I connect like that, you go that way. If I connect like this, okay, so you're slightly better going from the ceiling, just like space wise. I would love to have blueprinted this, but like, I really didn't know what it was gonna look like before I started. Okay, so I think what we actually want is probably oh, whoops. Hold. Probably there, actually. You guys are coming up too high. Okay, so you're the weakest. So, the first one can actually just go straight in here. Alright, you can start feeding in there, and that will not be a problem. You can feed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So technically, I would like the next one to go in right there. There's no reason that you can't all be part. Oh, there's actually no reason for that at all. Interesting. Okay. Bum. Wrong button. This button. Blueprint, water pipe, hold. This height. Yep, that's the one. Now, come towards me. The machine, +2 machine, +3 machine, +4 machine. Just past 5 machine. You should make that again. So you go there. You go there. You go there. Okay, and you actually don't go there. The first one does 1, 2, 3. Uh, 4 and 5, so we're gonna throw you in there actually. Will you go from here to here well, or will you not do that for me? Will you do that well? Absolutely the fuck not, you won't. Holy. Yeah, okay, sure. We will do it this way then. How dare you? Okay, so our first one goes in there. We'll take the other one from this side after 6 machines. So 1, 2, 3, and there's 3 on the other side, so that's 6. So I would like for you to enter the pipe somewhere around here. There looks good. I wonder if you'll do it like that, or if that's too tight for you. Oh, you will do it like that, but you're the wrong pipe. I wonder if you'll do it like that. No. Priority system. Priority system says that you should actually come from above. Well, that doesn't work. That's a fucking mess. You're almost directly above it. Okay. You're not gonna like that either, are you? Even if I angle that, I reckon you're gonna hate it. Are you gonna hate it? Yep, it hates it. Okay, so you can't quite do that either. Alright. Pipe's fun. I think pipes are fun. Right, so you're actually gonna do this, and you're just gonna do like a little fucking loop-de-loop. Whoa! In you go. And then nothing. Because only 2 remain. So that one is the weak one. So this one, I'm gonna bring in all the way. Yours are stronger. So you're gonna come all the way over here. You're a piece of shit. Nobody likes you. Wow. You're gonna come all the way. To like here. I'll delete that in a second. A little bit of that. And then doop-de-doop. Then you can comfortably do and so around here is where you're coming in. Should be doable. Oh wait, you're not the new one. Around here is where you're coming in. which is almost certainly going to cause problems, because why wouldn't you? I would like you to go into this spot right here. So, place yourself. Come with me. Damn it. That actually works. 1, 2, 3. I want you to come in there. Vertical to horizontal to vertical. No? Horizontal to vertical. No? All the way over to here first. Perfect. Everything's hooked into the one system on the other side. Hope that's okay. Which fucking paint was I using? That one? Nope, but it should have been. That's a way nicer blue. It's not that one. It's that one. Fantastic. Nice pump. Nice, nice pipe. Whatever's happening there is definitely not going to cause any problem with any machine. It's definitely is though, right? Like whatever the fuck that is. Huh? And that's how we bring 1950 water over at once and then shove it all into a single system. Which is absolutely fine. This isn't a premium again? It isn't! Look at how much space is left in the middle. Which is good, because I need like room to put everything in. In fact, there are 3 full belts of 780. Which gets awfully bad because they don't equally fit in all the machines. Which means I need to do some load balancing somewhere. Because each one wants 120 limestone. You piece of shit. You absolute piece of shit. No. No. Yes. Some of this may not have been thought through. Split it into 13 tier 1 belts. Okay. I mean, kind of, but also it's actually 19.5. Which means I could just clock all of them to 95%, but I feel like that would make it even harder to balance my things, because then they would need 114 per belt. Okay, belt. I honestly, I didn't think I was gonna run into belt problems. I didn't think I was gonna run into like, oh, my belts don't move fast enough for a single product. I didn't realize that that was gonna be a problem that I was gonna run into, but it is a problem. It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. I'm overthinking it. It is a giant manifold with a merger every now and then that feeds in the new belt whenever the old one gets too empty. Yeah, right? Whenever the old belt gets too empty, a new one goes in. Won't that work? yes, it will somehow. I just haven't figured out how yet. No. It's exactly that, but every time you smash a new belt, a new 780 in, right? So you go 6 machines on the manifold. The next one has half a machine's worth of shit in it. You smash a new line into it, but you send it on a smart splitter with the overflow to go in later. And then you smash another new line in, and you send that overflow and you merge it back in. Jules, do you think about satisfactory during sleep? I don't think about anything during sleep. I don't dream. But I do think about it all the time. Yeah, I also think you merge more often. I might run like 4 machines and then smash another belt into it, but with an overflow. And then run 4 more machines and smash another belt into it, but with an overflow. And then I merge those 2 overflows and run 4 more machines and smash the 3rd belt in. I think it's gonna work. So let's say I run. We go 1, right? 2, right? 3, 4. Where the fuck am I gonna merge a new belt though? There's no room to merge. Okay, so it's 5 per then, right? No, we got this, right? Check this out. It's 5 per, but then the new one comes in from here, right? That's the 6th machine. Yeah. The overflow is going to happen downstairs. So we're going to run 5 machines into a belt from... We're going to run 5 machines into a floor hole here, right? That's inconvenient, but I'm going to do it anyway. All right, we're going to run 5 machines off a floor hole here. Coming off this side or wherever it is, let's say all the limestone's over here or whatever. On the ground, there'll be an overflow. So the overflow will leave. I'm going to run a fresh belt into the next 5 machines. It's going to spit out an overflow. I'm going to run a 3rd fresh belt into the next 5 machines. It's going to split out an overflow. And then I'm going to merge those 3 overflows into the next belt. Equals 540. Yes, one machine runs at 50%. I only need 19.5 machines to run everything I've got. Then I think I've done the math correctly here. So this one is the splitter that's facing the other way, right? So this is where another fresh belt comes up. Look, it's just gonna do some clipping. That's just how it's gonna be. A little bit of clipping, but so be it, right? So this is the first new machine. This belt, these ones are actually not connected, right? We run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't connect. New machine. Then that's 1. It feeds from this way. So it comes from there. Brand new belt. That's already 1. So it gets 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all this one gets. So this next one has to come from that side, where it's going to come from its own new floor hole. And that is a new fresh line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is the third fresh line. So and then this is the overflow from everything line, which will be a new one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's really only 4.5. Honestly, I'm pretty sure that's nailed it. I'm pretty sure that's nailed it. Like, you two would need to connect, so let's make sure we count these up properly. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5. Then this next one gets its own belt. That's already connected, but it does have to run this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the next one needs a floor hole right there, and an elevator right there. It's gonna run that machine. Then we're gonna connect. Oh, fuck you. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we need a new floor hole. And you get a new fucking elevator thing in, where you will also connect that. That's your first machine. 1, 2, 3, whoops, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's make sure all these are connected. Now I just gotta make sure that I do the belts downstairs correctly. I mean, this is sort of a hybrid, right? This is a manifold load balancer. I don't know, like, I'm doing both. This is a manifold load balancer. I mean, we did build over the rocks, so I guess that's my fault. So thanks. I hate it. No, it's great. So 1, 2, 3, all on the roof. Leave that one empty. You're the final one. You get the overflow from all 3 belts. This is fantastic. I'm a genius. Right, so I'm running these 2 pure limestones and that pure limestone over there. Okay. So there's those 2. And the third one is just like here-ish somewhere. That's not it, is it? No, it's some other shit. Just over there. Morning. Ah, here's our 3rd limestone deposit. You missed some shenanigans. Wow. Technically, you missed planning of the shenanigan. Sir. Sir. I'm trying to build here. Do you mind? Thank you, sir. That was rude. That was quite rude. Clearly, he was trying to walk here, right? Okay, so you've got to come all the way over there. Yeah, that's a long way to go, and I really don't want you to clip into the floor or anything, but like, what else do I do? I can't destroy the rocks, but I can go over them. Stupid nature, always in the way. If only I was given tools to deal with this. Fantastic. I was. Base coming along, up, woke up really early, saw the train tracks being laid, then dozed back off. Oh, I fucked up the train tracks real bad. You know that, did you see me make the blueprint then? If you saw me lay in train tracks, you saw me make the blueprint then? Yeah, you know when I made those angled blueprints? This took us collectively hours to figure out. Well, when you delete the track and then you put a new fucking track on and you just leave the train signals that were there, then they're just cosmetic train signals attached to no track. We just had miles of fucking cosmetic train signals. And it did not go well for me. It just did not go well. Yeah. Oops, Daisy. Oops is right. We've now fixed that slight problem. We have now fixed that problem. Fixing the problem wasn't even that hard. Fixing the problem just took like 20 minutes, maybe less. Finding the problem was, I think, several hours. I think we were just working on fixing the trains for like a fucking while. But they run now. You could hear them. I put several more trains on the track. I'm not doing anything with them right now. They're just fucking the extra trains are just going around the train track to different stations in different orders. Just because they can. Yeah, I don't need any of these. Nope. Has anyone ever told you, bud, that you're constantly in the way? Dum. 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 See you later, train. Okay, so that's the first belt. So I'm gonna throw that one in here. This is technically gonna be the third belt that gets added. Whatever, you can just go in. Doesn't matter. Technically you're belt number 3. That's fine. No, it's not. I need to split overflow off you somewhere. You actually need to be on the floor. Somewhere you need to be on the floor. Probably right there is the appropriate time for you to get to the flourish. It's sort of an uneven floor, but somebody didn't think to make a sub-basement floor level again and built on top of rocks. So you get what you get. Some people are smart, others aren't. I'm not one of the smart ones, it's fine. I will use a smart splitter though. Right here. So this is where you're about to see the clever work. Mounts? I know. This is where you're about to see the clever work. I have 3 belts that are full. 780. That's the maximum I can take. That's the total belt. But each machine needs 120. And so you have to find a way to split all of that into something that's a multiple of 120. And spoiler, that doesn't fucking work. But I came up with what I think is the right solution. Which is just that I'm gonna run 5 machines off a belt. And then I'm gonna have that smart splitter overflow. And then I'm gonna put a fresh fart belt in the next one and have a smart splitter with an overflow. And then a fresh belt in that one, the third one, and have a smart splitter overflow. And then those 3 overflows will merge back into one belt that'll go into the 4th one. And then it'll be fine. Or it won't be. One of those 2 things will happen. It will either be fine or it won't be. Yeah, right where I put that pole. Fuck you, I'll go around. I dare you. I actually want the pole to stay. Fantastic. You're going to have another smart splitter right here. Annie, right, overflow. Cool. There are now 2 doing smart splitters. You're gonna go there. Didn't quite line it up, but that'll be fine. Okay, that's belt number 2. Belt number 3 is up here. Somewhere. Why would you do that? Why would you do that little bit at the end? It's actually just rude. The foliage. Won't someone think of the foliage? I already thought of the foliage. See? Problem solved. Damn it. Okay. Into here. And what you're gonna do is do the straight thing and just fucking yoink around there like that. Okay, well, it would be better then. There. Oops. Okay, so you're gonna go into the first one then. The second one's gonna come in from this side. They come in from all over the place. It don't matter. Okay, so you're set up to go into the first one. You have a splitter. You're set up to go into the second one. You have a splitter. You're about to be set up to go into the third one, but you're still going to need your splitter. Am I gonna split you in the fucking air? Is that what's about to happen? Damn. Damn. Oh. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Little fucking conveyor poles. Go away. Feed me Seymour. Feed me all night long. You can do it. Yeah, I reckon that'll be alright. I think I'm about to split this one in the air. Because there's just no like under here area that's really nice for it. But that's okay. Smart splitter. Boom. Okay, so the first smart splitter comes out from here on a straight thingy. Second one comes out from here. Whatever. Third one's in the sky. So here we need a merger. And the merger's gonna have to merge straight into that thing. So, in order to keep everything slightly differently organized, and also in order to have an excuse to blow up another tree. Fuck you. Okay. Merger. You're gonna go in there, and you're almost certainly gonna go in from the second height. Boom, done. So this is where the merger goes, which means this one gets to go like that. One. This one gets to come back down. To about there. And gets to go boop. And this one gets to do exactly the opposite of that, hopefully. Yeah. Perfect. Now I'm just gonna go turn them all on, and nothing at all will go wrong. The real question is, why aren't they all already on? Why aren't they all already on? That's the better question. Like, why would I leave this off? Like when I was out here to plant it. Even brought power with me. Ta-da. Doom, 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 doom. Whee! Okay, now you. Any forward right, overflow. Which then go into that merger. So you'll all go forward first, fill up the belts upstairs, immediately into the merger. Fantastic. Worked exactly as intended. Those trees are a bit close. Cool guys don't look at explosions. I looked at that one. Not really that cool. Just a little bit. Oh god, I didn't bring power at all? Wait, I thought I would have brought power out and I just didn't connect it. Wow. One, I think you get two. Because I need you to create 780. Thank you. Got a nice place that'll fit beside that. Oh. Perfect. My experience says always plant power poles if you can on top of the largest rock that's near you. Oh, fucking piece of shit. Come on. Come on. I saw a little bit of... Oh. Aha. Got it. Upgrade it to a wall outlet because it doesn't do that automatically. Okay. Ta-da! Power. Now it should start generating. Center any left overflow, so that should be fine. Come on, make it here, make it here. I don't have any boxes to put it in yet, but this is the third line, just testing it straight through first, fill up, then go into overflow. Fucking perfect. Okay. All the 3 pure limestones are bringing in their absolute maximum amount. So that's our first line. Connect that up. That's our second line. Connect that up. Our third line already got connected because I'm silly. So our fourth. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, both all of the water from over there. I made some water towers, so I didn't have to deal with headlift problem. There's our water. That's all full. We had to bring a lot of water. That's just how it is, I guess. Well, our limestone is full. However, we do have a small problem on the other side, which is that we are going to be generating 1,560 concrete for now. So that can't all go on one belt either. $1,560 divided by 280. Sorry, not 280, 780 is exactly 2 belts. But it can't be exactly 2 belts because one machine is overclocked to 50%. Nope. No, it isn't. 2 machines, one on each line, is overclocked to 75%. Underclocked to 75%. And now they should both just be perfect production lines the whole way down. 2 belts. Both perfectly full. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These things also have no power. We have to deal with that in just a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. Apparently I've got no power. I can't tell if that's connected. The fuck is going... Where's my power? Oh, there we go. Aha. They're still not over here. Okay, quick temporary power pole. Fuck you. There. And there. And there. And there. Okay. Belts come out the machine. Into the thing, out the machine, into the next one, out the machine, into the next one, out the machine, into the next one. Dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. That'll be a perfect 10. Would you believe that this is the downscaled factory? I was originally planning to make double this concrete. The only reason I did not make double this concrete is because I realized how little would fit on a single belt and went, that's actually a problem. I have a belt speed issue. And then went, we do get faster belts later. Maybe maxing out 2 belts worth would be enough for me. And then later on, we'll fix it. Okay, so that's where the first storage bin is gonna go. Yeah, you actually don't, I don't think that this needs the same sort of storage buffer as all my fluids did, where I had like 16 boxes in a row. Because the most that could happen would be like 4 trains worth. Like 4 carts at once could leave. But like, how big are the train cartridges? Are they like single boxes or double boxes? So they're like double boxes. So 4 of them could leave at once. But if it was doing that, it could still be a 5-minute round trip. So we need at least, basically at least double that in storage. So we don't need nearly as many of these as the other one did. But we do still need them. The bigger problem is, I think we need the double belts out of everything. Yeah, we do. Because we're moving so much volume. So we might actually go 3 forward. That's how much could go in a... Now I've filled a cart. So then... Now I've filled a second train. So I could fill 2 trains immediately and have 1 box left over. And then that would be it. That's all there is. So honestly, if we start to take more than that, we'll have to set up secondary bins anyway, or we'll need faster belts, because that's actually as fast as I can do anything. I can't fill faster than this. Huh. Do I have these fill separate boxes? No. No. That's a problem for like next time, basically. Like that's like a... That's like a... when I expand production is when I need a separated storage so that we can hold one, because I can't, right? So if we just do this trick, I should be able to connect that one to that height right there. And they should go away. And then you go in there. This becomes straight, and you go straight into there. Okay, cool. Baylor's fucking concrete machine for all your concreting needs. What I didn't do, despite doing all of this, which I could have done, was also have it fill up a dimensional depot. But like, there's none left over. If this takes full boxes, there's none left over. And I am still filling a dimensional depot, 2 of them, somewhere else. So that's currently not an issue. Okay. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that is all of these done also. So, did we get changed over yet? Yes. We did change that over. Now, I actually already was aware that the lights would shine through here, by the way. And I was perfectly on board with it. 20 minutes is satisfactory. Restarts at midnight whenever your local time is every day. And it'll be like you've saved and loaded the game. It shocks you every time. I don't know what server it needs to do that on or why. I have absolutely no idea. But it does it every day. I was 100% aware that these lights would show through, and I was actually fully on board. Like, this is, I'm very happy with the height level of that factory. I wanted my little lights to stick out. Okay, so I've intentionally gotten rid of that. So I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it. One down further. Okay, I can now connect power to all machines in one go. All the water is good. All the water is pumping. It's all coming from uphill. There's the correct amount of water. It's all merged into one system. The overflows for the shit is set up. In theory, we're ready to go. So let's throw these on our conveyor belts right there and there. And those should both be a perfect 780. And we'll just grab our first power line that intentionally has one open still. And on they all go. Concrete begins immediately. Fuck off with your yellow lights. I will eat your entire family tree. Oh, it's still a manifold loading in. Most of it is. It's still a manifold loading in things, but it should work. The end ones will always take the longest. You know what's real tempting? I'm gonna do it. Those end 4 should just stop working. So once these ones here turn green. Oh shit, which I can look at from up here. I knew the lights were gonna stick through. I didn't realize I'd be able to look at the machine from up here. That's insane. Yeah. Small issue. Nothing at the end is getting it. Okay, so our front machines are working, and presumably the overflow line back here is disconnected somehow. No? Oh, right. Of course. Because these have to fill the entire machines first before the overflows come in. Right? There won't be 500 on this line until all the machines are full. For now, that each line is taking most of the 780. It'll take a moment for that to I'm actually going to cut that water too. So that's the last 5. The 5 that are on the overflow, they just shouldn't work. They'll just not work for a minute. Okay, cool. That one's full. That one's starting to fill up. This one's somehow on. I guess it had a little bit of water left in it. Just like in the machine. Okay, so once this one gets to around 70 or so, that means we're good to go turn on all of the extra machines and everything should just keep running. It was just way quicker to let them all fill up off and then just go connect them than let them like sort of power on and power off and power on and power off and like gross, right? Yeah, was it like that? No, it was like this. The water pressure should be no issue. That should refill, no problem at all. That should be all lights green. All lights green. The best thing about having these lights stick up is something I didn't even know. I don't have to go down there to see a problem. If you have just the lights poking through the concrete, you can actually go check on the machines and just be like, oh, what's the problem? Hey. Interesting. You should be full. Why are you not full? I mean, you're getting limestone. With an Octave Pro 5, didn't realize they had no noise cancellation. I think mine's an Arctic Nova. I think. That is an interesting thing. Why would you be the one that's like struggling? That's just an odd thing to be happening right now. Okay, let me go. Time to go double check what's going on down here. I mean, like, yes, you're at the end of the belt, but this belt provides 780 and you can only use 600. So like these should fill. That being said, even without them working at 100%, my God, that is some concrete production. Is that actually a problem? I mean, no, but like also yes, because it should be doing and it isn't. Fucking love these things, by the way. So this one's solid 780 instantly. This one's solid 780 instantly. This one, not solid 780. And you know what? That line does look emptier. Aha. Aha. Found the problem. Up you go, buddy. Up you go. I don't want to wait for you to recalibrate. Have a new one. 780 instantly. And because of that, these were falling back off again. But they should now catch up. So, same bullshit as before. Just take off these 5 pumps and we'll put them back on again. Whatever. 4 will do. Let me take the water out. Perfect. These are gonna come grinding to a halt really not after that long, to be honest. Yeah, it'll take a little bit. Nobody wants to wait for you to catch up. Nobody wants to wait for you to catch up. You know you need 2 elevators for your power tower. I need 3. Oh, it's beautiful. 2 100% full lines, full efficiency. 1,560 concrete per second. I don't need anywhere near this much concrete right now. But there's also tons of limestone around, and I can ramp this. I could triple the production in this plant if I needed to. For now, this is more than I need. So perfect. Take a quick print screen of that. There we go. And I can post. There we go. That's just a share in case somebody wants to see the beautiful production of 1,560 concrete per second. There is no point in ramping up production more than that until I get better belts, because it just that's just we just need better belts. So we decided we didn't need packaged water. So we've now done a concrete plant, a nitrogen gas plant, and a sulfuric acid plant, all of which have an excess more than I need of anything coming up soon, and will all infinitely restore themselves and are all on the train line ready to be shipped anywhere when I need to. We decided to skip water because we don't need that. Which means tomorrow, it's already pretty late, we finally get to start working on our elevator parts. We get to start our elevator part factory. A few satellite factories have become. Honestly, none of it was that bad. I enjoyed all of it. Each one of those things was a relatively unique challenge that had to be overcome. And now they're on the train, ready to just be, I can just send anything anywhere. You go, oh, I suddenly need to have like 50 nitrogen gas per second. Okay, cool. Oh, I suddenly need 400 concrete a second. Okay, cool. Done. And most importantly, these are full. So this is all stopped. These are full. These are full. These are full. Extra flesh. Able to raid. Which does mean I can cut off my temporary spaghetti real quick. I need to cut off my temporary spaghetti. So this was always going to be temporary, because both of these plants, for both our nitrogen gas and our sulfuric acid, both have never-ending storage. I never have to refill these bottles again. It just isn't a thing that needs to happen. But I had this one line running from fucking over yonder. That's the fucking wrong one anyway. I deleted the wrong belt. No! I deleted the wrong belt. And you're everywhere? What do you mean? Did I delete the wrong belt? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I deleted the belt that comes out with empty bottles to go get packaged. You know, as I was deleting it, I was like, this belt's awfully straight for a spaghetti belt that I was temporarily doing. And it feels very weird that I would put a temporary belt in between these other belts. And it turns out I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. That is indeed the wrong belt. The right belt, the belt that doesn't need to exist anymore, should be coming from under here. No, not the turbo fuel one. We need that one. This one. This one right here. Get rid of that. Ramp this machine back down because it was only ever providing enough for our... We only needed 20 per minute. Sorry, 20%, 12 per minute. That's literally all we needed. So we ramped that one back down. And it can just keep feeding that in. Technically, those boxes could go to. But this is the belt. This is the spaghetti belt. Everyone have fun. Yep. Unfortunate timing. I am also probably getting off in just a second though. What's getting demoed? Just a very temporary spaghetti line that I ran. Instead of making a way to make these empty containers, I had that hidden single empty container thing that was running like 12 containers a minute that was doing my turbo fuel. Instead of running it at like 20% capacity, I ramped it up to 250% capacity and put a slumber sloop in it. I just was like, here you go, feed this extra line to the other side of the base. So that it can just slowly fill up all my boxes with empty containers. And that just happened over the course of today. And now there's empty containers. My empty container storage is full. My sulfuric acid containers are full. And my nitrogen gas containers are full. And my empty bottle containers are full. and I will never need any more empty bottles, and I will never need any more empty storage containers for this whole system because it is a closed loop. Because if I send out either of those things, then it'll send out a whole box or however many I send on a train. That factory will use them. That factory will then send empty bottles back or canisters. Either way, they will all get received by the same train station by 2 belts, because we're belt limited by speed. If we want speed, it's 2 belts, because that's just how much we're moving now. That both go into smart slitters that will send any of the fluid containers will go forward, fluid containers forward, get merged, put back in the belt again, and any of the empty canisters get merged into here and go up, and they go back into the empty canister boxes. So we have all of the containers and empty canister boxes that we should ever need, because they all get reused over and over again. And we have enough of a storage of all of them that it won't matter so long as I don't exceed my ability to make them, which I put in front of the shit in big fucking signs. Hold up. Did I put one in front of this one too? Oh, I did. I already put one in front of that. Big signs that say how much I make. So we completed both of them and all of their logistics. We made new blueprints for floating train platforms. We made new blueprints for curved or like angled up or angled down train platforms. And we made an entire concrete factory that also has a new train station. And we've got our floating fucking trains that I never have to connect pillars to the ground again because they sort of look like they're supposed to be flying. Sort of. How am I sending my excess casings here? What am I even doing with these? Oh, right, they're going to the drones, which are taking them over there. Cool. You finished for this stage? I mean, yes, but like, that, I mean, those are the stages, right? Is I'm confused by the question, because it's sort of like the question is almost, do you just have to get to the end of this level to finish the level? Yeah. Oh, you mean do you have any milestones left? These things. I still have this one, which I haven't done. But that is going to be making a nuclear pasta plant is probably going to be the last thing that I do for phase 4. So I'm not in too worried about that yet. I'm also not making cooling systems, but I will be in the next plant. So we just make sure there are extra cooling systems. Because the next plant is this fucking mess. Where we're going to be running 4 of these machines to make electromagnetic things. It won't be 1.8 a minute. It'll be more than that. I just haven't set the stuff. But this factory will make 2 of our elevator machine parts. It's going to make magnetic field generators and thermal propulsion rockets. I tried to fit in extras in the same factory. It got insane. I was like, oh, that's actually fucking crazy. How about we fucking don't? So those 2 can get made together, and these 2 get their own assembly lines, their own factories. So that'll be not a job for tomorrow, because tomorrow is Wednesday and I am taking Wednesday off. But the day after, we'll be doing this. We've gotten all the alt recipes. Not even close. If I sit down to play tomorrow, it'll just be to go hunting. I'll go on expeditions to get Mercer Spheres and hard drives, and I'm not building another base or anything. If I play at all. And the only recipe I need for this base is this one, which is why I made a copy of it. I really want this recipe. The electric turbo motor. It makes things a lot easier inside this factory if I have that electric turbo motor. So the only alt recipe I don't have, which is why there's a copy of it right there. And why I might spend an hour hunting hard drives tomorrow offline or whatever, but every other alt recipe that I'm going to use, and there are several in here that I'm going to use, every other one I have. And then this is all the stuff that's going to come in via trains, which I think is also cool. Yes, I know about the interactive map. I don't like the idea of editing your save on it. I know people can do that. That feels... I mean, that just is cheating, right? But you can just upload your save to see what's around and where everything is and make plans, and I do like doing that. My lizard doggo friends, they're all over here. They were all over here where I made them. They didn't come with me. Why didn't they come with me? I made a few lizard friends and they just fucking hung out where I made them and didn't come anywhere. Gonna lead them? They can stay there then. This is my aluminium factory? It is. I also haven't decided on where I'm gonna make these next to elevator parts. Could be fucking anywhere. All I know is since I got everything else and connected it to a train line, these are the only things that I need. These are the only end products that I need. It's not the amount. These are just the end products that I need. Copper, deuterium, a tiny bit of water, iron and coal. And if the water's optional, because we've already done all the work at the packaging plants. Adding packaged water to my plants is not a big deal. We've already got plenty of everything we could possibly need for that. So If I need to make some packaged water and also ship that out, then that's what I'll do. But a little bit of water should be fine. We get that base done, then we get to unlock this. Interesting. Then we get to unlock this fucking particle accelerator. I'm pretty damn confident that the particle accelerator gets its own factory just on it. That's just a lot. Looks fucking cool though. I can't wait to play with that. It looks really cool. Save. We're gonna call that a day. I am happy with that progress. Now let's send people somewhere. Yeah, let's do that. That I made it in a group. I don't know if I'd even want to do this in a group. Maybe a duo? I feel like you could duo it and it would be okay. If it was with the right like other person, but I don't know about a group. Like a group, I feel like you just get in each other's way. Too many cooks in the kitchen sort of deal. Ah. No shot I could do this in multiplayer, my way or the highway. Yeah. I wouldn't want to. I feel like you could do it in a duo with the right person. Someone could do it in a duo with the right person. Not me. I wouldn't even want to. Sorry. Excuse me. Oh, shit, what happened? There we go. I was just banging my keyboard on the desk. I wouldn't even want to because like, for instance, like let's say it's time for me to go make this base. And then the next base I'm gonna go make is this one, which is gonna be just as complicated on its own as this is. And so what? Like someone else goes and makes this base separately? And then I just don't get to do that part? Like, okay. It speeds it up. It doesn't speed it up though. It skips parts. Like they're playing this level and I'm playing this level and then we don't get to play the other level. It doesn't speed it up. It just skips parts. That is all for me. I will see everybody later. Also, yes, if there was someone who just wanted to pop into your game and explore for a few hours and like, that'd be fine. I'd be cool with that. Right? So he's like, I really want to build shit, but if you give me a gun and some weapons, I'll go hunting. Fuck yeah. Here you go. You go hunt creatures for a while and pick up all the bugs and slumber sloops and mercer spears and collect shit. That'd be fine. I'd be fine with that. Goodbye.